Chasmium believes every young athlete deserves a shot at greatness. By making data analytics accessible and easy, they provide a new way for coaches and athletes to improve their game. Chasmium's digital scoring app, all-in-one stats, and chart software enable teams to quickly and easily find new ways to strategize and harness the power of data. Join Chasmium in revolutionizing the world of youth sports with tools that make a difference. Schedule a software demo or sign up today at chasmium.com. Chasmium, where sports technology sparks victory.
Hey, what's going on? I'm Ryan Glick, co-founder and CEO of Groove. And if you're a real estate professional, I have something I think you're going to be interested in. We've developed a platform that's transforming the way deals are prospected and managed in the real estate world. With Groove, you can organize real estate data in one place and share real estate deals with just one click. Join other real estate pros and reclaim up to 90% of your time. Head over to letsgroove.com/signup and start your free trial today.
As always, we appreciate the sponsors that help make this show possible as we come on the air following a 20-19 loss at the hands of Iowa's in-state rival, the Iowa State Cyclones. I did not think this was happening. I did not think this was coming. I got a lot to unpack. We've got a lot to unpack. We're going to be welcoming none other than Coach Don Patterson, who, of course, is a play caller himself by trade and was a part of the Iowa program for many years under the leadership of Coach Hayden Fry. He'll be joining us here shortly. He is en route home from Kinnick Stadium, in a very sad Kinnick Stadium, following a 54-yard game-winning kick from Iowa State's kicker. So here we are, 20-19. Iowa blowing a 13-0 lead in the first half. Had a 13-0 lead at halftime and got outscored. Do the math. What would that be? 20-6 in the second half. Second game of the season. I am at a place now, and we got a lot of people who are wanting to chat, and I get it. But I'm at a place right now where I could easily go off. Okay, I could easily just start ripping, and I am going to try my best not to do that. I don't think it's the time for that, but it's possible for me to be provoked. Not in a bad way, but just as it relates to criticism. So I'm going to let the callers kind of fuel this. We're going to get to the ins and outs of this game. I've got so many notes to run through, and then, of course, the expertise. What makes this show special and unique is the expertise of somebody who coached the game, especially on offense, and as a head coach for as long as Coach Don Patterson did. And we'll get to Coach Patterson here in a little bit. A couple of things before we talk Iowa's loss. Player of the game, without question, Caleb Johnson. Let me make a correction here. That way we don't have that. This is my Grammarly instinct here. Caleb Johnson, 25 carries, 187 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was really good. I was really impressed with Caleb in the fourth quarter. That may surprise some people. I'll explain why in a little bit. He was really good. And I've been getting ripped all week because I've made statements about how I think Kamari might be their best all-around back. He's not playing it like it right now. All right. Caleb Johnson right now is their best option without question. Now, I think that could change from game to game. I think it's interesting we didn't see a second of Jazz Patterson today. That is a continued storyline. But the hot hand today was Caleb Johnson. Frankly, we didn't see many snaps for Le'Shawn Williams or Kamari Moulton in this game. And Kirk Ferentz chose to ride the hot hand. And I think Liddell Betts, Tim Lester, those guys all are involved, would be involved with personnel decision-making as it relates to the running back position. But Caleb Johnson is our RTI Threads player of the game. If you don't know about RTI Threads, you can check them out over at rtithreads.com and player apparel for a couple of current Iowa players, current Iowa stars, Aaron Graves, Jacob Gill, who I think has potential, didn't see the ball much today. I'm sure we'll talk about that. But also some stars of the future, Carson Shire, Zach Lutmer. Those guys are getting extensive look on special teams. And again, check out all the apparel over at rtithreads.com. You're supporting NIL, you're supporting the show, and you're supporting the website RTI Threads that supports so much as it relates to Hawkeye athletics and Hawkeye coverage across Hawkeye Nation. So let's get to our first caller. Our call-in line is, as always, sponsored by Iowa Smokehouse. So let's go to our first caller of the day. It's Ryan. Ryan, good to see you, sir.
Hi, Corey. How are you?
I'm doing good. What you got?
Can you hear me okay?
Sir? What's that?
Can you hear me okay?
I got you loud and clear.
Thanks, man. So I was flipping out something terrible in the second quarter because once again, we go for a 2-point conversion where we historically are not any good at them. And we could have gone up 13 in the second quarter. Granted, at that time, we looked like we were clicking, but the Iowa State game is always going to be weird, and it's always going to be close, and you should absolutely expect that they're going to come out a different team in the second half. And so I just thought it was absolutely irresponsible and asinine to go for a 2-point conversion. I said that before it was even attempted. Had we gotten it, I still would have said I hated the call. And that's just my opinion. Those kind of things bite you. The 2-point conversion is more for when you got to maximize your comeback, usually later in the game. I am not a fan of leaving points on the table early on.
Well, first of all, let me address the 2-point conversion. So I agree with much of what you just said, and I want to make something very clear. There are times when you're playing with the lead that it is smart to go for 2. My problem with going for 2 at that place is the obvious. There was 20 minutes of game time left.
Yep.
When they went for 2. They went for 2 with 5 minutes left in the third quarter of 19-7.
That's right. It was third quarter.
Of all the, and by the way, make this very clear for anybody that doesn't know, like most of us here know football, but if you don't know football and you're just tuning in because you're a big Hawkeye fan or maybe even a Cyclone fan, the head coach is responsible for making that decision. That does not fall on anybody else. It's not LeVar Woods because he's involved with point after tries. It's not Tim Lester because the offense, it's Kirk Ferentz. Now, Tim Lester, I'm sure, is probably the guy who signaled the call in. And the call is what the call is. I mean, like you mentioned, Iowa's not historically been good at 2-point conversions under Kirk. I think they've got an opportunity to flip that script under Tim Lester. But a 2-point conversion, regardless of who you are, is risky. There's risk involved with 2-point conversions. So you're absolutely right. 19-7. And for people that don't realize the impact there, if you kick the extra point, you're up 20-7. The reason why that's so stupid to go for 2 at that point in the game is because there's 20 minutes of game time. You're up a touchdown and 2 field goals. You're up 3 possessions. And oh, by the way, that's exactly what ended up happening. It's exactly what ended up happening. Iowa State, touchdown, field goal, win. That's exactly what happened. And hindsight's 20/20, but I'm with you, and I can show people, and I guess I can't prove that I wrote this down before. I typed it up as soon as it happened. I said questionable, and this is a question I had for Coach Patterson, regardless of result. Questionable decision going for 2 up 19-7. 5 minutes left in the third quarter. And it's not just about the 2-point conversion. And some of this is going to fall on Tim Lester. But 2 things that really burn the crap out of me right now, Ryan. It's the 2-point conversion right now. And this is going to sound ludicrous to some people. And some people are going to think it's stupid that I'm saying this. They should have kicked a field goal on the final play of the game. 65 yards. I know people think that's insane. Drew Stevens makes those in practice all the time. He's making 60-plus kicks in practice all the time. So you tell me right now, Ryan, what has a better chance of working? A Hail Mary from the 49 or a 64, 65-yard field goal? I would venture to say the field goal, partially because you have a big-legged kicker and you have a quarterback who must not be able to throw 49 yards because it didn't even make it close to the end zone.
Well, that's just it. They had to know that Cade's arm was probably not strong enough to make it to the end zone. He was a good 10 yards short. And then, absolutely, if he misses the field goal, you missed the field goal, but you went down trying. It gave you your best chance to win. I agree there. I'll give you a third that just is burning my butt right now, and that is I am so damn sick and tired of embarrassingly bad quarterback play. We cannot develop a quarterback under Kirk. Maybe you can argue Ricky Stanzi,
Cade
but
McNamara was not. I don't think anybody's going to argue for a second that Cade McNamara was developed under Iowa. Like,
no, but
maturation process.
But you know what? Is there a crime? Is there a crime about, hey, I went from where I was to a little bit better the next year to a little bit better the following year? In my opinion, if you look at Nate Stanley, even he was better as a sophomore than his senior years, or at least very equal. I wouldn't say he got better. But he was usually a pretty good quarterback unless he played against some really stout defenses. Then he kind of folded. But he was generally pretty good. But we had these situations where, it's 2nd and 7 or whatever it was. It's a passing situation. You got to get downfield. It's a passing situation. Problem is, we have no confidence in our quarterback to make a clutch throw. So we're running Caleb up the gut. Everybody in the stadium, and especially Iowa State, knew it was going to Caleb, and that Iowa was more or less hoping to get a first down, but playing to punt. And when you put the ball in the other team's hands, you're asking for a loss. And that's exactly what happened today. They led 6 seconds, the last 6 seconds of the entire game.
Let me just say this, Ryan, and this is one thing that has to get brought up, because the bottom line is, we're all going to be focused, and the narrative coming out of this game, some of it, I don't know what the narrative is going to be like tomorrow and the next day, but right now the narrative is, why did they go for 2? And again, so this wouldn't have even been talked about by some. It would have been talked about on this show, I can guarantee you that. But it wouldn't have been talked about by a lot of people had they won. Like if that 54-yard field goal by that ISU kicker had missed wide left, we wouldn't be talking about it. We'd be like, they kind of caught a break on that one.
I actually would have, because it burned me that bad.
But a lot of people wouldn't have. They would.
Yeah, I agree.
Another close Cy-Hawk win. But here's the other thing that needs to get brought up, because the biggest thing that happened in this game. The biggest thing that happened in this game did not occur in the second half. It occurred in the first. When you have multiple trips inside the 5, first down inside the 5 multiple times, and you can't punch it in, red zone offense failed Iowa today.
Absolutely.
It failed Iowa. 100%. You can't walk away. It should have been 21-0 at halftime. And that's not like, it's easy to say that, like, well, you could have finished a couple of field goal drives and touchdowns. That would have been 21-0. These were drives where they were inside the 5, first down inside the 5.
Well,
and they finished both of them with field goals. Should have been 21-0 at halftime, and the game should have been virtually over.
And one thing that you haven't even mentioned, but I think you're in a way alluding to it, the biggest criminality of it all is, who's the best? Okay, right now, obviously, it's Caleb, but preseason, who's the best offensive player on Iowa?
One would think Luke Lachey.
Luke Lachey. And guess what? One target, no catches? I'm sorry, but when you can't find a way to utilize Luke Lachey, I'm sorry, you deserve to lose. And as much as that ticks me off, my God, we're talking about an NFL prospect here, and you target him once on a really bad pass that was more or less uncatchable, and you don't run schemes to make sure you get the ball to Luke Lachey. He's one of your playmakers. Now, I know they made a big long pass to Caleb, which was underthrown, Caleb Brown. The little bit I actually saw him in the game, I was going to ask if he even got in, and then I caught him late. But you got a scheme for these guys. Looks like we might have something with Vanderzee. He got one catch with 5 minutes to go in the game. We had absolutely horrific utilization of our offense, and I'm saying that more from a targeting standpoint, but obviously Cade was just beyond awful, and I am so tired of quarterback performance never being a reason to sit. I think when you're having an awful game, and if you're second string quarterback who's played in the Big Ten before, if you think he might fare a little bit better, then you owe it to everyone to make that move. Doesn't mean you permanently bench Cade, but it does mean that maybe you're done for the day when you're this bad.
They were never in this game going to turn to Brendan Sullivan. They
I
just
know.
never, you knew that. I mean, we all knew they were not.
I know. And that's what's frustrating.
Ryan, I made the comment going into the fourth quarter. I said, Cade's playing poorly right now, but we know, can you imagine what it would take for Kirk to go to a different guy in
an
a
ACL injury or death? I mean, CJ Beathard in that bowl game when we were losing by 30 was borderline dead. I mean, they were just beating the holy hell out of him. Ed Cunningham, the commentator, was more or less making child abuse accusations against Kirk for not pulling him and going with true freshman Nate Stanley, who is healthy. And Kirk won't pull quarterbacks. And obviously we have 26 years of more or less seeing this, that he is extremely reluctant to ever pull a quarterback. He's made some changes. He made the Christensen change one year, and he, in the offseason, went with Beathard over Rudock. But for the most part, he just doesn't do it.
Well, they were losing a bunch of games when they made the switch from Christensen to Stanzi, and that's the difference. Yep. That's what as long as they're up or even within striking distance against a good team or even a crap team, they're not making a change. I mean, I remember 2000, was it 13 or 14? I was in the stadium for Iowa Ball State. And I don't know that Rudock had a historically bad game, but they nearly lost that game. Mm-hmm. They pulled it out, but they nearly lost. Even then, there was no doubt. They had CJ Beathard and I believe Cody Sokol. It depends on which year that was, if it was 13 or 14. They had a good quarterback room. Kirk values his style and the score. We all understand, the end game is winning and having the higher number on the board. But I just think at times Kirk really lacks foresight, and that's as PG as I can put it. However, with that being said, you know what has enabled that, Ryan? He gets away with it so much.
Yeah.
And credit to him for winning games ugly. They get away with it so much. Look at how many games they've won with Spencer Petras and Deacon Hill. I mean, look at how many games they won. Utah Tech got blown out by 50 today to UNLV with Deacon Hill at quarterback. And I'm not making fun of the guy. I'm just simply stating these are the guys who've been starting at Iowa. They went 10-2. They went 10-2 with Deacon. I mean, one of those losses was with Cade McNamara, the Penn State game. So Deacon Hill lost literally 3 games if you count the Big Ten championship game, and of course ended up losing the bowl game. This is we can go down a rabbit hole for days. I do have to move on to another caller, Ryan, but it's good to see you. I didn't see you last week. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, Corey. Hope all's well with you.
Feel free to call back with Coach Patterson. We'd love to talk to you more.
All right, I probably will.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate Ryan being here. Lemansky with the super chat. We lost this game. How in the heck? Give me QB 2 reps, please. Thank you, Lemansky. Appreciate that comment. And, of course, when we have these big live streams, as we have each and every post game with Coach Patterson, if you want your comment read or addressed and you want to guarantee it makes the show, Super Chat will do that. Any amount is suffice. So appreciate that in advance. There are just too many comments for us to address all of them. Do appreciate everybody being here, but pretty simple to throw up a Super Chat. And again, Lemansky, thank you for doing that. Ask-a-Bum. Mason did a terrific job blocking today. Okay. Let's move on to our next caller. We've got Alex. Alex.
How's it going, sir?
How you doing? Well, why are you so loud? Your mic is really loud. Let me turn.
Let me.
I know. I got you. Okay. All right. Try again.
Good now?
Yep, we're good.
Okay. So let's start off with the positives. Caleb Johnson, I'm going to steal your thunder a little bit. You said he did really well in the fourth quarter, and I think what you're alluding to is how he kept his feet moving, where he was stopped at the line of scrimmage, and he actually kept his feet moving and got multiple yards.
Correct. His ability to create yard, that's been the big thing. His inability to create yards after contact. We all know he's fast, and when he has a really big hole, he's gone. We saw that several times today. Give the offensive line credit for how well they blocked early. However, typically in a second half where Iowa State starts keying in on some of these play calls and shooting gaps and getting home, you're going to see a lot of negative plays for a big running back that you would think is a horse. Today, he turned a lot of those plays into really positive plays, enough to where they were 1 first down away from winning the game.
It's, that's about the only positive I can think of out of the game. It's just, I remember coming on here, when was it, Thursday, and being fairly confident in this game because Iowa State was down linebackers. They just had a lot of injuries across both defense and offense where I thought Iowa would be able to take advantage. And we saw that with Caleb Johnson. I mean, how many 20-plus yard runs did he get? And then, you were talking with Ryan about the 2-point conversion. The problem I had with it was you were down inside the 5 multiple times and failed to convert. So what in the absolute heck do you think you can do it on a 2-point conversion?
It's obvious there was someone, and I don't know who the analytics guy is behind the scenes, because I know Coach Patterson is not, he provides Kirk and the staff with analytics throughout the offseason, and then each week leading into Big Ten plays. Has nothing to do with non-conference play, by the way, but he's not the analytics guy on staff. They have an analytics guy. So I don't know if it's him. Is that the guy who's telling you, yeah, it's the right time to go for it? I can't imagine the numbers say go for 2 when you're up 12, like 2/3 of the way through the third quarter. I think that's ludicrous. I can't imagine that that's what the analytics say. That's what the numbers say.
And, obviously it was a tale of two halves, very similar to how it was last game. Obviously, you just kind of flipped it a little bit, where Iowa was dominant in the first half, and just kind of fell asleep at the wheel at the second half, where, Iowa State came out and got that quick score, and it was just like, ooh, okay. But Iowa had a great response and got a touchdown, and for the most part, kind of held Iowa State. But obviously, just there's some times there where it felt like nearing the fourth quarter and even a little bit in the third, Iowa got very predictable. Like I was even in my living room calling, this is going to be a run. Okay. Oh, it's third down. It's going to be a pass. And they did that for the last 3 series they had. If you don't count the Hail Mary throw. And it actually seemed like after Cade threw that interception when he was trying to hit Luke Lachey, which was a bad pass. Like first off, the pass was
horrible
bad. Second off,
horrible pass, horrible decision.
Yeah, First off, the pass was terrible. Second off, Luke Lachey was double covered. So why even trying to throw it there?
If the first guy hadn't been imagine Cade didn't see the first guy. Well, even if that guy didn't exist, there was another guy. I mean, he was running him right into a defender, and it could have been picked by him or at least blown up. And that last thing that Iowa needs is, Luke Lachey to get blindsided like he did last year.
Yeah, it's just, and I remember mentioning this too on Thursday was like, hey, I'd like to see Cade run with the ball. And there's times where he kind of thought about it. He's like, oh, I'm going to go. But there was nothing there. And maybe we need to scheme something for him. I know the injury history. I'm not oblivious to that. But man, you got to make the defense think about it. That's the thing. It's just like, and credit to Iowa State. They came out in that second half and they made their adjustments. And it's just, I'm saying Iowa didn't make them, but it seemed like Iowa State made the better adjustments. Their offense started clicking. And Iowa's defense, I don't know. That last play where they kicked the field goal, that one long pass they let up, and I was like, man, that's not a typical. Man, maybe we missed Cooper DeJean that much, but
well, first of all, it was Sebastian Castro on the coverage. Who was that? Was that Jaden Higgins or was that Noel?
Noel, I believe.
Okay.
Well,
I go back and watch.
Either way, they're both great wide receivers.
My first reaction is there's no way Sebastian Castro should have been in that matchup. Like Sebastian Castro may be a pretty good slot corner and an excellent, hybrid linebacker DB type of guy that works in that cash system. But he is not a guy who should be out in space against Iowa State's best receiver, regardless who that receiver is year in and year out, because they got good ones every year. And what did I say in the preview? All week, we've talked about the only way Iowa State wins this game is if they do it through the year. And that's exactly what they did in the second half. And Xavier Wampa got pulled. I'm assuming he was healthy, that it was just due to performance. I don't think he ever saw the field again after giving up that long touchdown. But that's what's scary about playing this Iowa State team. And you're not converting on opportunities inside the 5 time and time and time again. You're coming away with 3. It takes one. It takes one big play down the field and one busted coverage to account for more than 2 of those field goal possessions. Like, you work so hard to get down inside the 5 2 different times. How many plays do you think they ran? I'd love to go back and look at those plays. And I'll even add on, like, the first drive of the game when Iowa got 3 first downs. It was a great drive. And they punt down the field, get the ball right back, and score they scored a touchdown that time, right? But in a situation like that, I'd even count that preceding possession where they're playing the field position game to get the ball in an even more advantageous spot. How many plays did it take for Iowa to score 3 points on 2 different occasions? A lot. And what did Iowa State do? Well, they got the talent and, unfortunately, busted coverage, and they get a 75-yard touchdown pass on one throw. And that shouldn't catch anybody by surprise. Go back and watch what Iowa State did a week ago against North Dakota. 2 plays on the first drive of the game and a touchdown in 38 seconds.
I can't remember if I mentioned on this show or maybe at someone I mentioned to at work. I says Iowa will give up one play. Like, there's going to be one busted coverage where Iowa State will take advantage of it, but that's it. But even so, that one busted play tends to, it seems like it hurts the most. And a good question maybe for Don is, I talk about how predictable Iowa's offense got. So, it seemed like it happened after that interception that Cade threw. Who's more to blame on the predictability? Is it Kirk saying, I'm playing not to lose? Or is it Tim? Is it Tim saying, okay, this is the plays we're going to call? I mean, obviously it's a little bit of both, obviously, but it's like, who's, is it the head coach saying, no, we're not running that, we're running this? I mean, it's.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't disagree with anything you just said. And, Alex, I do got to move on as well, but
no, that's fine.
Call in with Don. As I said to Ryan earlier, you're welcome to call back in later in the show when Coach Patterson's on.
Yeah, it's, I'm a Hawkeye. It doesn't matter win, lose, or draw, but obviously this one hurts. I lost a bet, meaning I have to wear Iowa State gear to work on Monday. So I was confident. That's my problem. So, but anyways, thanks for. Yeah, but again, I always leave with just, thanks for everything you do. Obviously, give us, win, lose. You give us the fans a chance to celebrate or be vents, and unfortunately, we're venting right now, and I guess this is the best place to do it. We appreciate it.
We'll get into the X's and O's with Coach Patterson. Thank you for the call, Alex. Appreciate it.
Yep. Bye.
Bjorn, thank you for the super chat. Every cent counts, so thank you for that, Bjorn. Back to our Iowa Smokehouse call-in line in just a second. Let's make sure we've got. Yes, we have our next caller in place. Okay. Let's go back to our call-in line. We've got TCU Hawkeye. How you doing, sir?
I've been better, Corey. How about yourself?
Same.
Yeah. That was rough. Frustrated. That's one of those games that I haven't been that frustrated, I guess, since the last Minnesota game with the Cooper DeJean punt return. It was, it was a couple of things I wanted to discuss. Is first of all, it seemed like that the pass that Cade threw all the way back across the field, it was kind of a tale of the before and after of that throw of what happened in the game. It seemed like we were on a pretty good trajectory. That pass happened, and then we kind of shut it down, or whether it was just the way the game unfolded or that was the way it just happened to be based on that performance or that situation. That was tough. I think the crossing route on the far right side of the field was opening up, but I think he forced it. Cross your body across the field. That's never a good indicator of success. So that was tough to see. And I think, red zone efficiency, we talked about that. And, I wanted to follow up on the first caller, clearly the 2-point conversion. And I said it before we even started. I was having discussions during the game. It was points are at a premium in these contests. I think we've seen through the years, this is typically a one possession game. And, being aggressive, going for two at that point in time, I could already tell that was going to come back and bite us. That was going to be an issue. And then, of course, that was one point that was the deciding factor of what happened. So extremely disappointed. We were going for two, and that's not a reactionary. That was in the moment, present tense. I knew that was a bad call to go for two. And then, like you discussed, red zone efficiency. We just couldn't get it done when we needed the big points, settling for field goals, not being able to execute. That was tough to see. So I think you discussed a lot of the issues that I was kind of coming up with while I wanted to call. But one thing that I wanted to point out was, Luke Lachey. I know he's maybe considered more of a receiving threat than he is a blocking tight end, but there's a couple plays that I can't provide specifics on right now, but there's a couple plays where, his lack of physicality, lack of blocking kind of led to some losses, maybe potential bigger plays were there. And, based on him not making a block, not being aggressive with it, I guess maybe he's more of a Sam Laporta type as opposed to a George Kittle, TJ Hawkinson type. So, it was that was frustrating to see. I think we left points on the field. We left scoring opportunities that we could have executed better on. And
without going back and looking at the tape, I couldn't, in good faith, be too critical of Luke's blocking, but I think it is startling and almost borderline disturbing that he comes away with no catches in a game in which, and I know Iowa State's, we're going to get Coach Patterson's thoughts on that traditional 3-4 front, but it's kind of changed and it's different now without, they lost their top three linebackers, two of which were gone out to start the game, one of which got hurt. I don't know if he ever returned, but you have a situation where typically you would think, hey, opportunity for a tight end, a good tight end. And it was the complete opposite. I mean, he was non-existent in the passing game, regardless of how he blocked with the run game. He was non-existent. He had, you can definitely count. How many targets did he have? I don't know that that's on I think we talked about this last week. I don't have let's see. I can actually tell you, pull this up here. Official targets for Luke Lachey. On the day, he finished with 4 targets. So, I can count on one hand how many targets. 4 targets, 0 catches. And Addison and String, it's not like they all went to a different tight end. He had 3 targets, 1 catch. And Hayden Large had 1 target, 1 catch. We'll see. This is still early, but they've got to figure out a way to utilize their best players better.
Absolutely.
They're not doing that right now. This is it's supposed to be a stacked. And by the way, I know Caleb Johnson's really good right now. He's playing great, but we've heard all off season, and I've been part of that. How stacked the running back room is. And I'm not saying you take Caleb Johnson off the field, but how do you get your best players on the field? And they're not doing that right now. And
hold on, buddy. Yeah, we need to take advantage of the opportunities that we have. And, clearly, we have playmakers. I think Jacob Gill has shown to be a good possession receiver.
Another one real quick. Wide open, corner of the end zone, right? On one of those misses, wide open. Nobody's on him, and K just doesn't see him. So, the things you look back at on tape. But, I mean, how many of those types of situations, plays, misses can we look at and say, boy, if they had just had that one, it would have been the difference. There were a plethora of those, and that's what makes it so frustrating.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you got to isolate your playmakers against a defense that's missing out on, strong linebacker play. I think they showed three linebackers are out. One that just happened last week with Bacon, and then 2 during the, preseason or fall camp. There's so many opportunities you'd think to isolate your tight end, make some plays. I know they're running the 3-5. They maybe have a star cash type safety situation that they're playing, but at the same time, he's 6'5", 6'6". Lachey should be able to, high point the ball, get in space, make some plays over some smaller defenders that we didn't see, and we didn't see that attack at all. I know Caleb Johnson had a hell of a game, extremely impressive, big plays left and right, probably 3 or 4, 5 plays over 25 yards. I mean, extremely solid play out of him, but we just didn't attack. And the Caleb Brown pass that hold on, buddy, that McNamara went down deep. He clearly underthrew that. So I mean,
he's underthrown a lot of balls through 2 weeks. A lot of balls.
Absolutely. You got to put it out there, give these guys a chance to run under it and get under it, and
He's not doing that.
And we're not doing that. We're underthrowing. He's underthrowing the ball. He's not giving these guys a chance to play. They're trying to react, coming back to the ball with, and he had his guys beat. It looked like he had 3 yards of separation, maybe more on that play. And if you would have floated out there longer, that would have been the play to go.
Possible touchdown. That's
right. And finish up. You hit the nail on the head on a couple of things when you first started with the 2-point conversion and then the kick field goal right at the end. That was the first thing I said. I thought we're at the 50-yard line. This is 66, 67-yard field goal max. I've watched your preseason interviews and things. I think he's comfortable hitting those in practice. I think clearly K doesn't have the arm to get it 50 yards downfield in that.
Even if he did, I would rather Drew Stevens' leg in that situation than Cade McNamara's arm and the crazy low probabilities of completing a Hail Mary in that situation.
Absolutely. What are you, 1 in 50 probability? I don't know what you'd want to call it. Maybe even more than that. And it was low probability chance. And, it's typical. I watch SEC teams. Those guys are downfield waiting on the ball in the end zone or close to the end zone. And when he threw that, our guys were still 10 yards away from getting to the spot that he threw it to. So, we didn't have a chance. I think kicking the field goal was the best bet. I think it was a much higher probability. I would have liked to see, at least a chance at it. So, 2-point conversion, big mistake. The possibility of kicking the field goal at the end was the lost opportunity there. But I'll let you go. My son, unfortunately for him, I'm trying to make him a Hawkeye fan, but I don't know moving forward if I want to put him through the grief that I've dealt with over the last 40 years. So,
well, appreciate you calling in, sir, and we'll hopefully talk to you on better days.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. Appreciate the time.
Sure. Peter, thank you. Peter Green in the chat. Thank you for the super chat. Something about turtles, whatever. I think the Terrapins did win today. Angela, frustrating. What the heck? Yep, that's a good summation. I believe, let's see here. So we've got a couple of things. You've been seeing our bottom ticker with that message regarding one of our sponsors. And I've got, so people are aware, I've got all I need to cope this afternoon and evening with this loss. So before we get to our next caller, do want to take a moment to thank Iowa Smokehouse. You've been seeing their message across the bottom of the screen throughout the first portion of this show. And use the code Hawkeyes over at iowasmokehouse.com. This is, of course, an Iowa company. And down in the Albia area, tasting is believing. And even if it's not on game day, or maybe it's post-game, and you just need some coping mechanisms. I'm not saying eating is a good coping mechanism, but you get my drift. Sometimes it is what it is. Use the code Hawkeyes at iowasmokehouse.com for 15% off your total order and browse their awesome selection of thick and tender cuts of beef jerky, flavorful meat sticks, their delicious steak bites, their ketchups, their barbecue sauces. Everything's awesome. What do I have here? I've got the original meat sticks that I was actually on. People wonder why is this show running a little behind? Well, I had to get something in my system. So check it all out. Check out the selection, iowasmokehouse.com, and use the code Hawkeyes for 15% off your order. And Brad Van Meter, been talking about him. He's been a part of this show for years now. That's not an exaggeration. Iowa Postgame with Coach John Patterson, proudly presented by Brad Van Meter of State Farm down in Des Moines. Call Brad and his team down on his Fleur Drive office for a free quote on auto, life, renters, even homeowners insurance. The number to call, 515-256-6480 or online at bradvanmeter.com. Again, that's 515-256-6480 or visit www.bradvanmeter.com for a free quote on auto, life, renters, homeowners insurance, etc. That's Brad Van Meter at State Farm in Des Moines. All right, let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. We have Jack, who is with us. Jack, good to see you, sir.
Good to see you. So, if the past stands correctly, we are going to lose to Nebraska this year. That's going to suck, but maybe that'll change this year.
If anybody missed Jack's comments on our show the other night, apparently, I did not have time to go back and prove this, but Jack has said he's done the research that since Nebraska joined the Big Ten, every time Iowa has lost to Iowa State, they go on to lose to Nebraska, including 2 years ago when Iowa lost to both teams in Kent. And if that happens, if that trend remains this year, Jack, they'll lose to Nebraska in Kinnick again.
It's unfortunate, but Nebraska, they might be good this year. They're currently beating up on Colorado, so
are they winning?
I'm kind of worried about
Colorado?
14-0 right now.
Okay.
6.
Good stuff. What did you think of the game, Jack?
Well, I thought we had the game won late in the game. We just needed one more first-round run play. We gave them the ball with like 34 seconds. The defense just needed a few more stops, and then we could have won the game that way. But
they needed a first down to end the game. They ran it 3 times, and I, people that don't agree with that decision, I think that's pretty much the right decision to make in that situation. You run the ball because you've got to force Iowa State to burn that last time out. I think the only other option in that situation on 3rd and 8 is maybe you say to Cade McNamara, hey, we're going to run play action boot, but whatever you do, if there's not a wide open receiver on this play, make sure you fall down in bounds. But I've seen teams butcher that, Jack, over the course of many years. I've seen dudes butcher that, and they end up going out of bounds or throwing an incomplete pass, and that kills you even more. Kirk thought his defense was going to stand tall with 30 seconds, and they gave up a couple of big pass plays, unfortunately.
And you can also say the same thing when Iowa lost to 22. When Potabom fumbled the ball at the goal line, the defense kept giving up 3rd down after 3rd down conversion. So I'm thinking the defense, they need to play better later. But at least next week we have a tune-up with Troy to head into Big Ten play. So that's a good thing.
And last thing, and I'll let you go, Jack, you got to get more than 19 yards passing in the second half.
That's a big thing too, yeah.
Ridiculous. Jack, appreciate you calling in, sir, as always.
See ya.
Thank you. Yeah, good stuff. 19 yards passing from Iowa in the second half. 19. So let's kind of revamp for a second. First half was pretty good. Like, it was really good in the first quarter. The game plan was being executed virtually to perfection. The problem became second quarter, struggled to convert in the red zone, as we mentioned, twice. They end up, I think they were both in the second quarter. First half, they were up 13-0 because they had to convert on two field goals inside the 10-yard line. So that's part of it. But then you go to the second half, and yeah, you're going to rely on the run game when you're having so many big runs with Caleb Johnson. But the problem is you're not breaking off any of these big runs. You're getting inside the 20, inside the 15, inside the 10, and then your red zone offense is failing you. So Tim Lester right now, I don't know how I would rate his play calling day. I think it was okay. I'm rating it a brand new offensive coordinator, and I am not a play caller. I think Coach Patterson would probably be a better lifeline for that rating, but we'll talk to him about it. I do think that maybe they overused the toss play that was working at times. It was working actually several times in that, even into the second half at times. But eventually, Iowa State took that away. Let's go to our next caller on our Iowa Smokehouse. We do appreciate Jack calling our Iowa Smokehouse line. Let's answer our next call. This is the Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. Who's on the line?
This is Kurt.
Hey, Kurt.
Hey, obviously a frustrating game. I think it's pretty obvious there. With the people are getting upset with with Cade and stuff. I really don't think Cade was all that bad. I think it was the coaching that just put him in a bad situation. Like, we did not throw the ball enough at all. Like, I get the running game was working, but where was the play action?
Well,
throughout the second.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you to an extent, and I understand the premise of if you throw the ball more, your guy's going to be more comfortable. But I mean, this when they did throw, it did not look good. I mean, he was underthrowing guys. He obviously threw the pick. Third quarter, Cade was, let's see, what was he in the third? Let me pull this up. So third quarter, Cade McNamara was 1 of 3. I mean, you're right on the third quarter. I mean, 3 attempts is ridiculous. So I would agree with you on that, and maybe that got him out of rhythm, because in the fourth quarter, when they needed some decent passing, they got 2 of 7 out of Cade McNamara with a sack and 13 total yards. So, maybe there's something to that. I did think Iowa became a little bit over-reliant on the run game as the game went on, and fell in love with it, especially when you're used to your defense just kind of holding serve. But Iowa State's one of those teams that they figure out a way to hit a couple of big plays. They didn't really do that last year, but they still overcame, I think, a 3-score deficit last year to be right there at the end. And typically Iowa wins those games, but not today.
Yeah, and a couple more things. I agree, with what you're saying. But after that interception, and that was a bad decision by Cade to throw across his body like that. But it did seem like after that, it seems, I don't know if it was Ferentz or who it was, but just kind of curled up into a ball and just was scared to be aggressive after that. And that was really frustrating. And then with the lack of passing or being aggressive, it would have been nice to just maybe move the pocket, just some bootlegs. I'd rather see that in an incomplete pass than our running back getting stuff for negative 2 yards, because our left tackle can't block very good.
Yeah, and for the game, for the record, even if you include that exceptional first quarter from Cade, he was 13-29 with 2 interceptions and 99 yards. That's horrid, all right? And hopefully this is going to prove that I have no vendetta against Brian Ferentz, because I'm going to be critical of Tim Lester. Although it's just the second week into this era, that is a horrid performance from the passing offense. And that starts with the play caller, and obviously go down the ladder from quarterback down to your receivers, your tight ends, your offensive line, etc. But I didn't think pass protection was bad. I thought Iowa State brought a lot of guys and queued up some pressure at key times, and made, kind of put Cade in difficult positions, kept him off balance. There was a misdirection play, was it third or fourth quarter, where, even I think it was Gary Danielson brought up how it was a long development type of play, and Jacob Gill was open, but Iowa State got into the backfield. So there's just little things here and there, and that's the nature of the game. And I think the bigger things are going to stand out, but I just go back to the not being able to convert in the red zone. But there's no question they got to figure out what's going on. Why are they only playing one good half of offensive football? Because that's exactly what happened last. The difference is you had an Illinois State team that had no ability to stretch the field like Iowa State does.
Yeah, there's certain situations where it would be interesting to see what Tim Lester's offense would look like had we had we haven't really seen enough of Marco Linez, but someone like mobile where we can actually run like a legitimate RPO where the quarterback would actually take off and like a designed run. That would be interesting to see. I guess maybe in the future, we might get to see that, in the years to come. But I agree. I'm not totally giving up on the Tim Lester offense yet. I think there is going to be some growing pains.
Yep. And we knew that.
Yep. And I guess me personally, I'm more of a believer in opening up the run game with the pass game. Kind of like what we saw last week.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, yeah, it's just very frustrating. It would have been nice, like the red zone offense. That was really surprising. Did we throw the ball 3 straight times or attempt 3 straight passes in the first half in the red zone like that? That was also surprising. On one of the trips, not both of them, but on one of the trips in the red zone, I thought we maybe threw 3 straight times.
I'll have to go back and check that. You could be right.
in the 2-point conversion play, was it just like I did not like that call at all. Just a fade.
Well, I think the fade concept is fine. What I don't like is going up to a true freshman receiver. I understand Reese Vanderzee reportedly grabs everything in practice, and he looked really good last week, but he's still a true freshman. And in that situation, big moment, I think maybe a questionable decision just to draw that up for him. But he is the guy, if you're going to go fade, you're going to go to Reese Vanderzee.
Like just through the first 2 weeks, like last week was better, I think, with spreading the ball around. But do you think Cade was kind of locking on to Gill more? Like we saw a little bit of Vanderzee, but there was a lot of Gill. But I think like Caleb Brown, he was out there, correct? I mean, it just seemed like he was locking on the guys a little early.
I'd have to. And Coach Patterson's actually in our queue, so he's going to join us here in a minute. I'd have to ask him. I don't know that I would necessarily say that. I typically, when I've watched like last week in the second half, Cade did a nice job going through his progressions, I thought. But again, different when you have he faced a lot more pressure in the pocket this week than he did last week. That goes without saying. But that's different, and I don't want to make excuses for Cade, but he has been away from football for a long time. And then, even before that, he had 4 games in a Hawkeye uniform. He goes down. It's a different animal, even the mental aspect of it and going through your progressions and dealing with pressure. This is the first real test he's had. I wouldn't call last week a test. I mean, there were moments in that first half where Illinois State did some things, and obviously it took him some time. But this was a test through and through. And I'd say he failed today. No, he's not the only one that failed, but I mean, he did not pass the test today. There were other people that didn't pass the test as well, but Cade was one of them that did not. And people were heaping praise on him last week. They were heaping praise on him. And what did I say after the game? I said, yeah, he had some moments, but he also had some fortunate moments. Like when you're throwing off your back foot, falling down, and Reese Vanderzee goes and plucks it, that's not credit to Cade McNamara. That's credit to a receiver going up and grabbing it, making a play. And not as fortunate today. And I thought his footwork was better in the first half, but he was erratic in the second when he did get an opportunity to throw.
Yeah, it just seemed like the play calling just in general between first half and second half was just it's like almost 2 different people calling the game. It kind of seemed like. Just very frustrating.
Well, appreciate your call, sir, and hopefully we'll talk to you on a better day.
All right.
Thank you, sir. All right. We have got Coach Patterson in our queue. We're going to add him in. And before we get to Coach, Jordan with the Super Chat. Thank you, Jordan. He says, Cade was bad. If he is the best we have, we are in the same bad QB situation we have been in the last few years. Appreciate your take, Jordan. I don't know that I would go to that extreme, but if we see the same guy we saw in the second half today, it's not good. I think that's fair to surmise. It's not good. All right. One plug real quick before we get to Coach Patterson. This is a real special announcement, folks. Want to announce a special partnership, and we've been partnering with Ascent Nutrition for several years, but how about this? Official sponsorship now with Ascent Nutrition. If you haven't checked out what Ascent has to offer, throughout our relationship, Lance Shuttler, who is a Hawkeye graduate, has been helping me to kind of understand their initiative. And the more and more I learn, the more and more I'm impressed. So just to tell you a little bit about Ascent Nutrition, this is their website, and the link is in the description. You see this landing page with our logo. This is the official landing page for From the Hawkeye of the Storm with Ascent Nutrition and a couple of their big-time detox products that they're pushing right now and that are changing the world of health and supplements and nutrition. I've gotten to know Lance over the last couple of years. He's an Iowa graduate who's as passionate about the Hawkeyes as he is about helping people live healthier and better lives. All right. If you're up for a healthier and better life, be sure to listen up. As I've spoken with Lance over this time, continue to be impressed with what they're doing, whether it be their rigorous third-party testing so that you know that you're getting the best bang for your buck, and what you're buying is up to snuff and is going to help you, your family, even your pets in some cases. Their products are organic. They're wild harvested, ensuring they're pure and clean. They have several different products, but the two that want to stand out that I want to be sure we put on a pedestal during this show, their pine needle extract and their humic and fulvic acid. Whether you're trying to help your gut health, brain health, support your energy level. Who doesn't need support with energy level? I know that's something that I've battled over the years, just trying to keep energy throughout a long work day. Be sure to check out their products and their pine needle extract. It tastes great. For a limited time, Ascent Nutrition is offering 15% off when you purchase their pine needle extract and this other product, their humic and fulvic acid, as a bundle. Just click on the link in the description. Use the code Hawkeyes15. Hawkeyes15. It's a quick and easy process. Again, that's 15% off their detox bundle with the code Hawkeyes15 when you click the link in the description. That's goascentnutrition.com. Certainly appreciate Ascent Nutrition being a part of this show. And boy, Lance has become a good friend. He's been a part of this thing for a long, long time. Let's get to the man of the hour, the guy we've been waiting to hear from. And I know I got a lot of questions for Coach Patterson. Hopefully he'll be able to answer a lot of your questions as well. We welcome former Iowa offensive coordinator and the winningest head coach in Western Illinois history, Coach Don Patterson, here to the show. Don, welcome. You're red. Looks like you've been in the sun.
Yep.
Supporting your Hawks. Appreciate that. I don't know where we start. I say that every time we're in this position. But I guess let's start with the obvious. Was it right or wrong to go for two when you're up 19-7 with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter? You tell me.
Well, my wife commented as soon as we scored to go up. What was the score at the time? 19-7, I guess. When it was obvious they were going for two, I said, I don't know about that.
I agree.
There's an old adage, do not chase the points. You've heard that.
Yes.
There's really no way to know for sure how it's going to play out. But
well, no, Don, real quick, but I don't want to interrupt you. But first of all, two things. Can I get you to put your camera down just a little bit so I can get you a better picture? Second thing, and you tell me if I'm wrong on this. You got 5 minutes left in the third. That's 20 minutes of game.
that's right.
That's at least 3 possessions for Iowa.
It's too early to know how it's going to play out. And that's why there's that adage, do not chase the points. Obviously, if we're getting into the late stages of the game and let's say we were up by 5 and it was late in the game, it's a no-brainer. You go for 2, right? There's a 6-point. If you kick the PAT, a touchdown and a PAT will beat you. Well, with 20 minutes left in the game, there's really no way to know how it's all going to play out. And I don't remember exactly what the 2-point play was, but let's just say I was underwhelmed with the play. At the end of that 2-point attempt, I didn't say, wow, that was a great 2-point play to use.
It didn't work, Don. It didn't work.
Right. Well, it appeared to be a little on the lame side, but I guess if it works, it doesn't really matter how lame it might appear to be. But it didn't work out well for us, and I remember thinking, oh boy, I hope that doesn't come back to bite us. And sure enough, it did.
So, can we talk a little bit about? I want to talk about first half red zone scoring because that's a disaster right now. I want to talk about the decision at the end to go for a Hail Mary with a guy who can't reach the end zone. And then I want to talk about Cade McNamara. Let's start with Cade, right? So you go second half. Cade looked pretty good in that first quarter. I think some would say he looked really good in the first quarter, Don. Although the run game led the charge, there's no question about it. Iowa in the first quarter, total on the ground. Let me get rush yards here. 7 rushes for 41 yards, really solid first quarter. But they also threw the ball for 72 yards. Cade was 8 of 11 through the air.
And somehow we finished with less than 100, right?
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And second, we talk about first half, second half, but how about first quarter versus the other 3? Because for the rest of the game, like you said, Iowa Cade McNamara finished with under 100 yards. In the second quarter, Cade McNamara had just 8 passing yards. So what changed, Don? Just tell me what changed. We can go microcosm. We'll do that. And we can go look at every little thing. But What changed?
Well, I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to tell sitting out in the stadium. You don't have the benefit of you have instant replay up to a point, but it's not as easy to see it and all that. It seemed to me like they settled in and didn't give up. It was just an odd game in a way. I looked at the stats, and as I suspected, tight ends hardly played any role at all in our pass offense. We targeted them a few times, but it wasn't productive. And I'm not blaming any particular person. It's just that I think we need to realize, let's give some credit to Iowa State. I think they have an above average secondary. I said that last Saturday night.
Yeah.
They have an experienced secondary, and they don't make stupid mistakes. Incidentally, I don't know how, was it Noel that caught it, I think? The 75-yarder. I don't know how he got up on top of Wampa. I don't know what Wampa was doing.
What do you mean you don't know how he got on top of Wampa? Wampa was standing there flat-footed.
I know, yeah. I mean, I don't know what he saw. Was it even a play action? Was there a play action involved?
I don't know. I did go back.
I can't
All I
remember.
know is I don't think Wampa saw the field again after that, did he?
I don't know that he did.
So Entringer came in, and I don't think that was injury related.
It's a real head scratcher because, clearly there was no question who got beat on the play. It was clearly number one. You couldn't say, well, was it his fault or somebody else's? It was clearly his fault.
But this wasn't just about one play, right, Don? This was a methodical comeback when you're down. First of all, it should have been 21-0 at halftime. It was 13-0. But a methodical comeback in the sense of even at the last drive of the game, the two big pass plays. We can talk about the offense all day, but what happened on those two big pass plays one was, I think, maybe 10, 12 yards, and the other one was Noel getting free down the sideline. Why was Sebastian Castro matched up against Jalen Noel in that situation?
I didn't realize it was Castro.
It was Castro.
Yeah, I think we were playing two-man, as I recall. Half coverage in the back end and 500-man. And Noel simply beat Castro off the ball. Of course, he's not used to being lined up like a cornerback either. I'm talking about up in the guy's face even. So I think the guy got a good release, got on top of him. Nice throw. And too many yards to even think about allowing at that point in the game. I fully didn't expect him to make the kick. I'll admit that. He missed one earlier. For what I knew, he certainly wasn't as good a place kicker as the one we have. But I give that young man credit. He banged it right through. And it was one of those games, you've heard me say before, Corey, if you're the underdog, just keep hanging around. Be sure it's a one-score game. In this case, a 2-point game. And then you have a chance to win at the end. Honestly, let's back up a little bit. If we just can grind out one more first down, then they have no chance.
Yeah, let me just can I argue with something?
Sure.
You on this? This wasn't just hanging around. This is a comeback. You're up 13 points at halftime, and it should have been 21. And you could argue the game is basically over, up 21. I don't think Iowa State's coming back from 21-0 against this defense, but 13-0 is a totally different animal. So I don't know that I would say they just hung around. It wasn't like what Northern Illinois did with Notre Dame today. This was Iowa dominated that first half, even in spite of the lack of passing yards in the second quarter from Cade McNamara, Don. Like everything from Iowa State didn't do jack squat. Iowa controlled the field. Iowa controlled special teams. The only thing Iowa didn't do in that first half was convert inside the 10.
Yeah, I will admit it was a little bit of a head scratcher. I thought down on the goal line, we got a little too cute. We had first and goal at the 3. My gosh. Let's run the ball into the end zone. I mean, they'd have to prove to me that we couldn't do it. And I just thought we didn't have great confidence that we could run it in. And I will admit that there are other tacklers near the ball, of course, when you get near the goal line. That's the bad news. Well, the good news is you only got to go 2 or 3 yards. So they better, if they're an extra tackler that's unblocked, better do a good job of standing up the ball carrier, because even if we fall forward, we may pick up all the yardage we need. So I was just surprised a little bit with our play calling, and then we had to settle for a field goal. And I just give Iowa State great credit for being resilient, much as we often are.
Yep.
And
I got nothing. You know what? I'm not an Iowa State fan, and this loss sucks on so many levels, not just for me, but for Hawkeye fans everywhere. But I got a respect for how Iowa State played this game. It wasn't a dirty performance. It wasn't because of officiating. They just kept their composure, and I'm happy for Matt Campbell. I think he's a good coach. I think he's a good guy. I'm real happy for John Haycock. I'm really disappointed for Iowa's players. Bay Area Video Extreme says, can't believe Cade's QB rating was so low. A 66? Wow, not a Power 5 performance. Don, how would you rate Cade McNamara's day overall?
Well, I haven't studied it, of course, but I'd have to say it's a concern. The interception, that was to me, that was a poor decision. He rolled right, set up, and threw back left. Long throw. Pretty good coverage to begin with. Nice play for the interception. That was a good play on their part. But honestly, when you throw the ball back across the green for that length, then there's a lot of things that can happen, and some of them are not good. Here's another one that was odd. Remember the deep throw to Gill that was broken up. If you go back and look, I'm just in the stadium watching the replay screen. It appears to me Cade never did do anything other than look left. And again, the free safety is the guy that broke the play up. If he'd have just done a better job with eye control and kept him away from the throw a little bit longer, he wouldn't have been there. So, that's on Cade. Or you could argue that's on the coach rather than Cade. But, coaches feel responsible when players don't do well. And so do players. And that's the way it should be. Should be a shared responsibility on the part of player and coach.
I want to run through a couple of notes here, Don, before we go to a quick commercial break. One being red zone offense. So this is what I have written down second quarter. So missed opportunity inside the 5. They go 2 negative run plays in the second quarter. I think you alluded to that. And they were just unorthodox plays. There was another opportunity down there where Cade McNamara missed a wide open Jacob Gill in the corner of the end zone. Did you notice that? They pointed that out on CBS. But on third down, second quarter, third down, Don, inside the 5, I think it was a throw to, was it Lachey in the end zone?
Oh, and he was, and
Jacob
Gill was back on the left side, right?
Jacob, and I'm not gonna use the terminology that Coach Fry would have used, but Jacob Gill was wide open.
Without that other word in between.
Keep that there. Wide open. And Cade never looked. And this is one of those games, Don, and we talk about the Cy-Hawk game. It always comes down to 1 or 2 plays, it seems like. But this really came down to 1 or 2 plays. And I say that because if they don't get that long completion to Jalen Knoll, they probably don't win. If they don't get the field goal from 54 yards, they don't win. If he hooks up, if Cade McNamara hooks up with Jacob Gill there, second quarter, wide open, if he just looks that direction, he's going to throw you could have made that throw, Don, in your 70s, and Iowa probably wins this game. If LaShawn Williams doesn't go out of bounds at the 3, get knocked down at the 3, I believe they win. Like, there's so many of those plays. I think I am concerned on a macro level because of the red zone inefficiency. And I think I'd be concerned even if Iowa had found a way to win. So besides, you said, kind of getting a little cute down there and complicating things when you're first and goal at the 3.
Yeah.
They were pretty good red zone last week. I'd have to go back and pull up their red zone trips, but I thought the red zone, I remember saying on this show, hey, the red zone offense looks pretty good. They didn't look good today, Don.
Right.
And I guess to piggyback on that, we see Cade McNamara's numbers. I was not calling for Brendan Sullivan during this game, but if someone did, I want to protect whoever it is that makes that statement. Like if somebody says, I think we should go with Brendan, let's give that person the benefit of the doubt that this is not a typical quarterback situation. This is not having Deacon Hill as your backup, having Alex Padilla, Deuce Hogan, Carson May. This guy in Brendan Sullivan has proven himself at Northwestern. Are you surprised that we have not seen him get a single meaningful snap through 2 games in spite of how close the battle was through fall camp? And it was close through fall camp.
Well, I wasn't surprised to not see him today. I was certainly surprised, as you know already, that we didn't see him last week. I would like to see him play more than just the last 2 minutes of the game.
Io Verla says, look at the bright side, everybody. We could have been Michigan today. The Wolverines got pantsed against Texas, but that's a really good Texas team, a Texas team that's poised for, well, they've got national championship hopes, but do appreciate that super chat, ma'am or sir. Jim, thank you for that as well. If there was a comment there, we did not get it. It did not go through, but do appreciate the donation. D. Rolling, upside, game saved me $2K from going to Indy. Let's go Hawks. I don't think this has any impact on them going to Indy, Don. This is a non-conference game, so I do appreciate the super chat, but this is a non-conference game. Lomansky, Coach, thanks for your time as always. Need to calm down. Corey and I lost the game or clones won it. I know what you're going to say, Don.
Well, I think both things happened. I thought Iowa State deserved to win the game, and frankly, we deserved to lose the game. So I don't know how you can assign more credit to one side or more blame to the other, but they won it, and we cooperated and managed to lose it.
Lomansky, thank you for the super chat. And again, as you see Cade McNamara's numbers, I want to ask you one more thing before we go into a quick 30-second breakdown. You weren't listening to the first hour of this show, but am I crazy to have been adamant at the end of this game that Iowa should have sent Drew Stevens onto the field for the final play of the game?
Maybe not crazy, but maybe you don't have the full appreciation of the effect of the wind at that point. It was still a little bit out of the northwest.
Okay.
I honestly, as strong a leg as he has.
So he was going into the wind. I did that. I was not aware of. I didn't see the effect of the wind during the game. So I guess I didn't realize wind was impacting the game.
Well, let's not forget that their kicker in the fourth quarter was with the wind, and he didn't have the reputation for having a big leg, and it covered with their 54. Probably would have been good from 56 or 7.
So my question is, Drew Stevens, he makes 65-yarders in practice, but
not in the wind.
Okay, so my question is, would you have given what percentage chance would you have given him of making that from 65?
I know where you're going with this. Chances are slim, but are they worse than throwing up a Hail Mary that won't reach the end zone?
And I was not aware of the wind situation because I was not in the stadium and I didn't see that the wind.
Don't get me wrong; it was not a stiff wind, but any wind at all against you does cut into the length of the kick.
I wonder if they had gone the other direction, if this field had been flipped, if they would have sent Drew Stevens out there for a 65 yard.
What was our last yard line on the Hail Mary? What yard line were we on? I forget.
It would have been the 49.
49. So typically they back up 8 yards. So it would have actually been a 67-yard field goal.
Okay. All right.
They don't spot the ball at 7 anymore. They spot it at 8.
Okay.
You might argue, well, of course, to get it there, you got to kick the ball with a little lower trajectory. So that's all the more reason you need 8, not 7. 7's got a better chance of getting blocked. It was just, I made this comment to Lisa as the game wound down. I said, defense has to win it because our offense is incapable of doing so. If we had one more first down, when we possessed the ball, we could have ended the game even. But it was a lot to ask at that point because clearly we're not comfortable throwing the ball. And we do have the clock on our side. So clearly I think our coaches felt more comfortable. Let's punt the ball down the field and turn it over to our defense. And I think you could argue we didn't execute as well the second half on defense as we needed. We didn't give up a lot of yards. They outgained us by, I think, 40, 50 yards for the game. And then, sadly, I thought with so little time left, I think there was 40 seconds, as I recall. They put 2 seconds back on the clock. But I remember thinking, well, they're 80 yards away or whatever it was. So, and I think at that point they were out of timeouts. So I didn't give them much chance to even be in field goal range, and yet they managed to do it, managed to get there.
So what was the biggest? Well, I'll ask you this question after a break. We're going to take a quick 30-second break. We'll be back. We're going to get to your calls. We got a bunch of people who want to chat with you, Coach, and more of my questions and more of your chats. You're watching Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson. Do you ever ask yourself, how would my life be different if I had made different choices? Would I be happier? More wealthy? Here's a humorous novel that explores that question, venturing back to that magical time in the early 90s when grunge was taking over big hair bands. It was just when our hero, Amy Gare, began to face the real world. You Hawkeye fans just might enjoy the setting as well. Goodbye Def Leppard, I'll Miss Those Jeans by Steph Kramer can be found on Amazon or Barnes & Noble, and it's free for Kindle Unlimited subscribers. Goodbye, Def Leppard. This is a book that I started in August, and it's taking me longer to finish because, well, August is a busy month here in Hawkeyeville. So be sure to get your copy. And again, free for Amazon Unlimited subscribers. And another Hawkeye, a Hawkeye graduate, Hawkeye fan that is supporting this show. So all the more reason to check it out. And certainly your contributions, your purchases, your support of our sponsors helps to support this show. Again, goodbye, Def Leppard. Get it today. All right, let's go to Kevin. We've got our Iowa Smokehouse, our call-in line presented by Iowa Smokehouse. We're going to go to Kevin. Kevin, welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Oh, Kevin, one of those days.
See better days.
Yeah, I believe I was here last year when Iowa lost to, I think it was Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyways, the first half was pretty good. We had a 13-0 lead. We could have stretched that lead, but it's just frustrating.
Well, as I recall, it was 10-0 before it was 13-0. And I remember thinking like you, Kevin, there's a big difference in a 13-point lead and a 17-point lead. 17-point lead, of course, requires 3 scores versus 2. And so I was thinking we needed 6 at that point. We didn't need 3. And yet, based on the down distance, it made sense, of course, to take the points and at least extend our lead. But it was still a 2-score game, even after that second field goal.
And I want to make something very clear. I, just like a couple of our callers earlier, when that 2-point try occurred, I wrote that down immediately as a question I wanted to ask you, not knowing that it was going to cost Iowa the game.
Yeah.
Don, I had that pegged like odd. And, here's the other thing. That's Kirk, by the way. We're not blaming, we're not trying to just throw somebody under the bus, but Don, the head coach makes those decisions, right? That's not LeVar. It's not Seth Wallace. It's certainly not Tim Lester. The decision to go for it, it might have been Tim's play, but the decision to go for it is the head coach, correct?
Probably.
What do you probably?
Well, it is conceivable that Kirk asked him for input at that very moment. We don't know. But traditionally, you're right. The head coach makes those decisions. Go for 1, go for 2.
Even if Tim gave him his input, it's ultimately Kirk's decision. He's going to say yes or no. It's not like Tim's making the calls from play to play, but you've talked about this in the past. Kirk is not making play calls throughout a drive, but in a big situation, Kirk is going to defer. Okay, run. We want to pass.
Go for it or not.
For it, don't go for it. Absolutely.
You've got a 4th down, meaning 3rd down is not critical. You got an extra down.
And I'll be frank, you know what a better decision would have been in that situation, I think? Fake the PAT. If you want those points so bad, because here's the deal. There's not many times when a fake PAT is probably real smart, Don. But in that situation, the smart thing is to kick the field goal. And Iowa State probably knew that. So if you're going to go for it, at least look like you're going to do the smart thing. And maybe
somebody stated near me when we had the ball toward the end of the game. I think we had 3rd and 8 or 3rd and 10. I can't recall. This is our last snap, other than to put the ball away, unless we convert, of course. Somebody sitting near me said, might as well throw it up on a deep ball because it'd be as good as a punt. We're going to punt on 4th down anyway. And there's some argument for that.
Wait a minute, say that again. What
Remember
down?
when we punted the last time?
Yeah, but they needed to run clock.
Right. Yeah, there'd be a chance the ball would fall incomplete. Other things could go wrong, but that was just a fan's position.
Yeah, John Haycock would have been stupid in that position to not tell his guys, hey, if it's a pass, knock it down. Or make sure you can get the interception. The last thing we want to do is I don't see how that would be smart at all. Whatever fan told you that, Don.
He didn't tell me. He wouldn't begin to tell me what to do in the game. I just overheard him say it. Why don't we just throw it up deep? It'll be as good as a punt. And maybe we'll get the ball. Well, that's true, but we were trying to burn the clock too, so or force them to use their last timeout, which they did. I think that's precisely when they used their last timeout, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, they had one timeout, so you knew in that. Here's what I said going into that last play. It's 3rd down and 8. The only thing I said is you have to get that last timeout off the board. That's number one.
Right. Which eliminates throwing the ball. Because,
exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, yeah. But the only thing maybe you consider is if you're right-handed quarterback, if you're on the left hash, and I don't know if they were, do you consider a play action boot? And then Cade just knows, hey, if it's not there, I'm going down inbounds. But I made this comment earlier in the show, Don. I've seen teams butcher that. I've seen guys run out of bounds. I've seen incomplete passes. You're obviously concerned that maybe you have a turnover of some sort on a pass, or maybe a quarterback fumble. I guess I'd be concerned there. So you knew Kirk was going to run the ball with Caleb Johnson there.
Right. One thing that did surprise me, it seemed like we were most productive when we were running the ball wide. It seemed as if as the game wore down, we were running a lot between the tackles without much success at all. And I did wonder why we didn't go wide more often. Maybe it's just my recall that makes me feel that way. But didn't it seem like we were doing more damage to them on wider plays?
100%.
Yeah.
It didn't seem that way. That's the. I mean, go back. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
did you feel like they overutilized the toss? Like they almost beat?
No, I wasn't convinced we wanted out because I was wondering why we didn't see more wide plays.
Well, wide plays is one thing, but they ran that same toss play so many times it felt like that specific play was run to death. But maybe I'm wrong on that.
Well, there are other ways to get wide, of course. We did have some good misdirection today where it appeared the running back's moving left, the quarterback's moving left, and we shoveled the ball back to the guy coming on the reverse. That's a good sound play. They played it pretty well. But there was another time when we used some misdirection. So it was good to see that we have misdirection in the offense. And it paid off for us to a modest degree. But what people forget about misdirection, sometimes, even if you don't gain a ton of yardage on misdirection, what you also do is remind them that they better not pursue so hard with what they see. So that's another reason to use misdirection in your offense. Hope that makes sense to you.
Dallas, thank you for becoming a premium member here on YouTube. We do appreciate your subscriction. And Kevin, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, it's good. It's good.
To throw into the mix here.
What's on your mind, Kevin? You got another?
So I read on one of my Facebook posts, I said that Kirk was unappreciative of Iowa blowing out Illinois State.
Kirk Ferentz was unappreciative.
Appreciative that Iowa, yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Like putting 40 points on an opponent.
Well, yeah, I mean I guess if the post how do you respond?
I don't know.
Kirk is not someone who typically runs up the score on a team, but Iowa didn't run
Right.
last week on Illinois State. It would have been nice to run up the score in the first half today. I kept saying that, like, hey, they've outplayed this team and they're only up 13-0. That's a big red flag. So
Right.
back to bottom.
We very easily had a chance to be up 17-0. We had to settle for 13. That was unfortunate.
So I do got one more question. Do you guys think the season's over, or do you think it's not?
Not at all. Kevin, we have a lot of high character on this team. The guys will bounce back. Don't worry about that. They'll bounce back.
Because I know we have to face Ohio State in week 5, and I already feel like that's going to be bad. Like,
well, we felt that before.
In Columbus. You're right.
Kevin, here, let me just say this, because we talked about this preseason. The fans are going to laugh at this because this was a horrid offensive performance at times, especially through the. But I said, Don, I recorded a preseason show with you, and I made the statement: this passing attack may look really poor the first month of the season. Let's hope by October it comes along. And I said, let's hope they can win the game against Iowa State with just the running attack. They almost did that. Right. They almost won this game just on the ground and with defense. The defense gave up a little more than they normally would. This is a game more often than not Iowa teams in the past would win, and the defense would come through on. They did not do that today. However, now that we know who the loss was against, we all assume Iowa's going to lose to Ohio State. Let's just, for the sake of this discussion, play the game. What if? What if Iowa wins every game other than Ohio State and finishes 10-2?
Right.
At that point,
you finishes 10-2.
They would be 10-2. They lose to Ohio State, finish 10-2.
Oh, okay. Lost to Ohio State. Okay.
At that point, this scenario that you brought to the fore when we had the preseason show, Don, would come into play. Iowa would have just one loss in the Big Ten Conference and would have an excellent shot at Indy, whether that be good or bad. And B, at 10-2, would you be in without a win in Indy? I think if you go to Indy and lose, you're probably out. If you go to Indy and win, you're definitely in. But if somehow you lost out on the tiebreaker, finished 10-2 with no trip, would you be in? That'd be an interesting question. Kevin, I appreciate you calling in, sir, and we'll talk to you in future shows.
Very good. Take care.
To answer that question you just posed, Corey, I think we would need to rely on Iowa State to have a really glossy win-loss record also.
However, it was a loss on a 54-yard kick at the end. I'm not saying it doesn't count. I'm just saying if the committee's looking at a bunch of 10-2 teams from the SEC and the Big Ten, hopefully this offense looks a lot better in October and November. That's what I've been preaching for the last month. But you're looking back and saying, okay, they lost in early September on a 54-yard field goal at the end, and their only other loss was at Ohio State. I think it's going to be hard to turn a Big Ten team down with that resume.
Well, I think it'll be easy for them to pick someone other than us. And I say that simply because is it hard to imagine there are other teams with one conference loss at the end of the year too? Let's just say for the sake of argument, Ohio State's unbeaten. Is it hard to imagine that Oregon might only have one loss? Or
but don't you think the Big Ten has a chance of getting 4 teams in?
It's hard to say.
At least 3. I think they're gonna get 3 in. So that's what I'm saying. You may have, Ohio State, Oregon, and frankly, I don't know about Michigan and Penn State because both those teams have looked very vulnerable.
Well, you're right. I made the comment that I didn't get to see a lot of the Michigan game, but it was obvious to me as I watched the first half. Michigan is not a championship contender, I don't believe. No, they're not. They're not nearly the same team as a year ago.
They're not.
So it wouldn't shock me if Michigan lost 3 or 4 games this year. Michigan probably don't want to hear that, but it wouldn't shock me because I think they're not nearly the same team. They lost too many good players. And let's not forget they lost some good coaches too.
Brian, thank you for the super chat. It's not that we lost, it's how. I would have liked to see I formation, bodies on bodies, and Jazz because of his running style. Don't get cute. Thanks. Well, thank you, Brian, for the super chat. Don, what's going on with Jazz Patterson?
I don't know. You're right. He had any number of snaps last year. The thing I remember about Jazz, correct me if I'm wrong, You might not say he's the shiftiest runner we had, but one thing you could always say is he's going downhill like a rocket.
He is.
He's generating as much power as he can for his frame, and he's going to make his moves. If there's a move that's made, it's on the run. He's not going to be sidestepping anyone. He's going to be heading downhill, and there's a good argument for that kind of player too.
We're going to go back to our Iowa Smokehouse line in just a second, but first, RTI Threads player of the game, Caleb Johnson, 25 carries, $187, 2 touchdowns. Don, I've been saying for the last week that I thought Kamari Moulton is the better all-around back. At this point, I have to go back on those words as of right now, based on what we've seen from Caleb Johnson through two games, and I'm fine admitting that it appears I was wrong. I do think there's still a chance that we see a different guy, ebb and flow, maybe a couple games where this guy's hot, a couple of games where this guy's hot. What I was impressed with Caleb, first of all, great blocking in that first half, huge gaps for him to run through, huge holes. And that's what's so frustrating is he can't convert when you get down into the red zone. But what I was impressed with in the fourth quarter, Don, we saw him playing through contact, yards after contact, turning those legs, getting the extra yardage that I have been saying for the last 2 years. Here's a guy who's big and impressive when you look at him, but he doesn't seem to like contact. And no, he's not a zig and zag type of guy. He's not a jitterbug, but play through contact. I know it's hard to get low. He got low in that fourth quarter, kept turning those legs, looked like a physically impressive back. It wasn't enough, but talk about the play of Caleb Johnson today.
Well, I agree with him. He seemed to be a more physical runner than what you remembered from games in the past. The thing that was frustrating about Caleb in the past, he might put up 150 yards one week and put up 40 the next. And it didn't seem as if he was as determined a runner as we saw even in the second half today. So that's an encouraging sign. He does have home run potential, of course. We've seen that any number of times. And as long as he shows up with that determined presence when he is in traffic, then you got yourself a really good back there. And also, let's not forget he caught the ball. I believe he had 3 catches today. So maybe he's improved his receiving also.
Yeah. Well, this was a Caleb Johnson day. I don't know that it'll be this way every game, but and again, I think that there's got to be a little bit of context here. He was running through big holes in that first half, correct?
Yes, he was. There was a number.
And that's why I'm saying, like, the numbers are impressive, but the O-line deserves a lot of the credit for that. But he did get 25 carries, which is far and away the most. Kamari ended up with 7 carries. Le'Shawn does not seem – I don't know what's going on with him, if he's not healthy or what the deal is. Let's go to our next Iowa Smokehouse caller. We've got Kyle. Kyle, welcome to the show, big boy. How you doing?
I'd say good afternoon, but it is not one.
Well, it's also 8 o'clock.
Good evening. Yeah.
Bad
First
evening.
of all,
Bad
just
evening, Kyle.
What's that?
Bad evening.
Yeah, bad evening. Bad evening indeed.
Bad evening to you too.
To put a bow on the playoff conversation, I know it's all projective and all that stuff, but you brought up Michigan. Do you think if you were the committee, and this is for both of you, would you consider a 31-12 loss at home to Texas to be worse, or a 20-19 loss to Iowa State at home to be worse, assuming the teams play out like we think they'll play out the rest of the season?
Probably the loss to Texas is better.
Okay.
I think so. It wouldn't shock me if Texas won the national title this year.
Yeah, no, me neither. Texas looked dominant.
I don't know that you really take into account margin of defeat when it's maybe the best team in the country, one of the best teams in the country, and I don't think you take into account, well, they were at Michigan. Yeah, that is something, but Iowa fans, if you really have playoff hopes, and some people are saying, you're crazy for having aspirations. The schedule is favorable, folks. Iowa's got a shot here, Don, to win the rest of their games. They do. They get a shot to win every game on the schedule, minus maybe Ohio State.
I was going to say, what are the odds for Ohio State?
But
truthfully, we have a chance at Columbus also. I'll tell you why. Because of our defense and because of our kicking game. And if the offense can perform on a high level, we can beat anybody, to include Ohio State. But maybe that's a big if right now, but it's something that we might be able to achieve.
Yeah.
Anything short of that, we're not going to beat Ohio State. All
Yeah.
three have to be hitting on all cylinders.
Yeah, you have to play a perfect game. Okay, I've got a few thoughts on this game. You can stop me whenever you want. Anything sounds interesting to talk about.
Hold on a second. You can get a little long-winded at times, Kyle, so I'm going to pop in an Iowa Smokehouse meat stick here, and you go right ahead.
Okay, all right, sounds good. First thought that came to mind, just kind of thinking back over the last few years, this game reminded me of a game in 2019 that we played against Minnesota at home, where it felt like we controlled the game early. Defense was playing really well, and the offense was, to a degree, doing what it wanted. And we were able to build up a cushion. And then in that Minnesota game in 2019, Minnesota slowly threw their way back into the game with Rashad Bateman and Chris Ottman-Bell and all the weapons that they had. Yeah. The difference in the two games, though, was that the great thing about that Minnesota game was that they opened up the game, Iowa did, with 3 straight red zone touchdowns. And that was Nico Ragaini, Tyler Goodson, and Amir Smith-Marset from Nate Stanley. And in this game, they settled for field goals. But it felt a lot like that type of game where, it was just such a gradual.
This game should have been over at halftime.
Absolutely. Should have been over
at halftime. Don,
should have been over.
I know they didn't throw the ball in the second quarter.
Yeah.
Iowa dominated the first half.
Yeah, they did.
With the exception being red zone. That's it.
Yeah.
That Iowa State defense, that Iowa State offense had nothing.
Nothing. 100 yards in the first half. And that was, I think, 100. It was like 108 yards, but it included a 15-yard Iowa penalty and maybe another 10-yard Iowa penalty. So it was like 80-something total yards for the offense, minus our own mistakes.
Well, here's the truth. When they went in at halftime, I'm sure, here's how they felt. I'm sure they were relieved that they were only down 13.
Yes.
Because it could have easily been 17. And 17, as we've already talked about, is 3 scores, not 2.
And think about as well, too, Iowa State was 1 field goal at halftime away from only being down 10 despite getting dominated the whole half. So they could have even been closer. But anyways, Cade was awful. He was bad. He was not good. And this is relative to Power 4 standards, I guess, not Iowa standards. But, you read the stats earlier, Corey, 13 of 19, 45% completion, 99 total yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 3 yards an attempt. I thought he decided pre-snap in the second half where the ball was going. And, Coach, I would love to hear your thoughts on that. I thought there were 4 or 5 times that he had his mind made up before the play where the ball was going, and there were other guys that were better options, but it was predetermined where the ball was going. But I love to look back through game logs. Less than 100 yards passing and at least 1 turnover has happened 4 times from Iowa's quarterbacks in the last 9 games. Okay. And that doesn't include the Wisconsin game last year, in which Iowa didn't even throw for 40 yards, but that game doesn't qualify in that metric because we didn't turn the ball over. The last time, for comparison, I know it's apples to oranges, but the last time that Iowa State had that happen, and the only time it's happened to them in the last decade, was a game that you remember. It was 2016 in a 42-3 loss against Iowa over 100 games ago. So, for anybody else, 100 yards, under 100 yards and a turnover or multiple turnovers is just a apocalyptic performance, and it's somehow for us become somewhat routine.
Here's another stat that comes to mind from today in the Big Ten, and let's face it, the Big 12 is a comparable conference in so many ways. Mm-hmm. If you outrush your opponent by over 100 yards, odds of you winning are very high, and yet it didn't happen today.
Yeah, that was the first thing I thought about when looking through the stat sheet. That was one of your metrics talked about in the preseason. We outrushed them by a lot. And usually for us, I mean, I don't know this for a fact, but I would love to go back if we could at some point and just look through game logs and say how many rushing yards do we have today?
They hit over 200, didn't they?
204 yards. I would love to know Iowa's record over the last like 5 or 10 years with more than 200 yards rushing.
I know.
I bet it's a 95% win rate.
They're going to lose
204 versus 89.
Wow. Yeah.
Just so people are aware, I just want to give everybody a quick score update because people keep commenting about it in the chat. Nebraska leads Colorado 28-0 in the second quarter.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's going to honestly, at this point, we should be rooting for that. At this point, we should be rooting for Nebraska to run up a whole bunch of wins and be a top 10 team by the time they play Iowa, because there's not a lot of quality win opportunities left on the schedule, even at this early stage. There's not five ranked wins on this schedule, remaining. So we should hope that Nebraska runs up a bunch of wins.
Yeah, it's entirely possible.
I'm saying it's not an SEC gauntlet schedule where you have a bunch of opportunities to win big games. Like if they lose to Ohio State, they're going to finish the season. Even if they were 10-2, if Nebraska didn't get ranked, they'd probably finish the season with no ranked wins.
Well, right now, Kyle, if you looked at our schedule, who has the best chance when we play them to be a top 10 team or a top 20 team even? Well, Ohio State's one, but you're hard pressed to think of another.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're going to be. It might be Nebraska.
Yeah, Nebraska.
We said we've been great all along that they're a team by the end of the year that might be pretty formidable.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not surprised, like you said, Corey, that we didn't see Brendan Sullivan. What I will say is we better see him next week against Troy.
Don't get your hopes up, big boy.
Keep saying
Don't
that,
get
but
your hopes up.
Again, it's like I keep looking at this and I'm like, if we don't see Brendan Sullivan next week, Kirk either hasn't learned from the last, 2.5 years, or it was a tight game. I don't know. I know I keep banging my head into a wall, but like we got to keep saying it. Like the fact that he won't
see Brendan Sullivan next week. And by the way, if you don't see him next week, you're probably not going to see him at any point. And if you do, shame on Iowa for not playing him earlier in the year.
Yes.
Troy is, I don't know what Troy did today, but
Troy was down in the first half. They were down 21-7 at Memphis. So my guess is they lost again. I don't know that, but
38-17 loss
to me. D. Rollison.
38-17.
38-17 loss to Memphis.
Yeah, well, that's Memphis. That's a good Memphis program. D. Rollison, thank you for the super chat. After last week, many fans were flying high with playoff aspirations. The second half burst my bubble, and yes, it doesn't count for the Big Ten. Love the show. Thank you, D. Rollison. Appreciate you being here. And also Midwest Storm Chasing. Corey, you may not agree, but we were out-coached. Everybody loves Kirk, but time management equals game loss. Run, pass, punt. That's game management. First of all, I'm not going to disagree with you. I think this is on the head coach today. I think ultimately you can talk about quarterback performance. You can talk about the offense and Tim Lester, and the offense wasn't good enough in the second half. But I look at ultimately game management, the 2-point conversion, that's game management, that's coaching. And although what Coach said earlier about the field goal and the wind, you're still throwing into that wind, Don.
Right.
So I still, I don't know. I mean, is that the equivalent of 70 yards with the wind? I don't know how much it affects it, but I still would maybe, if only Max White could have gotten like 4 or 5 more yards, it would have become more plausible.
Yeah, you're right. I think it would have been 67 yards.
Yeah.
And that's not even Drew. Not even Drew can do that.
Yeah. I have 2 minor notes on the play calling that I'd like to get thoughts on. One was obviously the 2-point conversion. I just thought it was counterintuitive to everything else that they did in the second half. I mean, the entire second half, the play calling was, we're trying not to lose this game, to me at least. And you've already failed to pass the ball 3 times on the goal line in the first half. And that call it made no sense to me. It didn't fit within the flow of the play calling. It didn't fit within what Iowa was doing well. No part of that made any sense to me.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you it's point chasing. That's all there is to it. Don, you remember a game, was it 2018, 2017 or 18? I believe it was 17. You and I bring up this game. The game where Iowa, same thing happened, I believe. They went for, well, no, what happened? I'm sorry, different thing happened, but it was a 2-point conversion decision gaffe. Iowa went for two too early, right? So they were down 9. They were down 9 in the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter, and they go for 2. Why are we going for 2? Down 9. Get it within 8 and stay alive. What are we? Why are we killing ourselves? Let them kill us. I mean, kind of. I think we need to just, whoever's making decisions on the percentages for going for 2 needs to be reevaluated and maybe checked in the clinic next door, because those are horrid decisions. Those are common knowledge, are they not, in the coaching world, Don, that you don't go for 2 down 9?
You're saying you're down 9?
They were down 9 against Purdue in 17, went for 2, failed, and the game's over. The game's over. Because you failed at 2.
Yeah, I'd say you kick it and you go for 2 after you score the touchdown.
Yes. Yeah, unless you're just so confident in your offense, we're going to go for 2 twice and win. But we all know that's going to happen.
You kick the PAT, puts the pressure back on Purdue. Because now you're down by 8. Now you can put it in overtime.
And Jacob in the chat.
Think of it this way: it's a one-score game. Kick the extra point. It's a one-score game.
Exactly. You don't end the game. You're ending the game early. You're saying, well, there's the game. No, you put the pressure back on them. Jacob Stolen, thank you for the super chat. Why are we? Am I misreading this? Jacob Stolen.
Why are we committing recruiting violations on QBs that can't throw the ball 50 yards?
I thought it was some pun with the last name. Why are we committing recruiting violations on QBs that can't throw the ball 50 yards? Thank you for the super chat, Jacob. Yeah, I understand the frustration. Chris, the greatest moments of the Kirk era and the lowest are based on the risk-averse strategy. Cade was bad, but we only threw 3 times on first down in the second half.
I counted 2. This was my next thing I was going to get into. After the pass to start the second half, where he throws across his body across the field straight into an Iowa State defender, I counted 12, and maybe I'm wrong. I counted 12 first downs the rest of the game. Or, well, I guess he's including the Hail Mary. I didn't include the Hail Mary, I guess, when I did this. So 13 first downs, of which they threw 10 times, or they ran 10 times. But after that first down interception, they ran the ball on first down 7 straight times.
Don, I'm trying to overcome some deep-seated acid right now in my chest. You tell me, was the play calling predictable in the second half? And if so, is that on Tim Lester or is that on Kirk? I'd have to think it's on Tim.
It's on Tim. If it was, we were protecting the lead. They were struggling with their offense. I think we thought we could, compared to the first half, go a little more conservative and shorten the game. I think that's probably what they were thinking.
But, I mean, it didn't seem like – it seemed like Tim called a pretty good first quarter. I mean, obviously the results would say he called a pretty good first quarter.
I think we had him all balanced.
And yet it's almost like once they got ahead, normally Iowa's really difficult to play against when Iowa's ahead, because even though they don't run the ball great, they do run the ball. They're committed to the run game, and their defense is so stout.
Right.
And
our net punting is going to be good too.
And the difference today was you've got an Iowa State team that we've been talking about it all week, had the ability to make big plays in the passing game. And that's what it came down to ultimately. They made enough big plays in the passing game, that's what I was afraid of, and I've been cautioning people all week. I felt good about this game, but the asterisk was Iowa State can throw the ball like bananas.
Here's one similarity to last week's Iowa State game. Last week, those 2 receivers had 13 catches for 210 yards. Today, they had 13 catches for 201. So in the end, they got their yards.
Yeah.
And then one play was 75, of course. But the bottom line, you're hard-pressed to contain those guys. You heard me say going in, if we can be even on explosives, I think we'll win the game. I don't know how explosives came out. I think we only had 21 yards.
No,
we had multiple.
I'm sorry, the runs. Yeah, two runs, right? 2 or 3 runs.
I thought it was 3 runs.
In the passing game, we only had 1. That was my mistake.
Yep.
So you think he had 3 explosives?
Yes.
So
I know.
we probably did beat him on explosives then if we had 4.
Yeah. The difference was theirs went for a touchdown. Ours did not.
Yeah.
That was the difference. The only last thing I'll say before I let you guys go is the thing that slightly concerns me even more than just the offense, because I think I'm kind of numb to the Horrid offense at this point. We did eclipse 300 total yards today, and that was a figure that we won 9 games last year recording under 300 yards total. I thought the defense did not have a good second half, regardless of Iowa State playing better. I don't think they gave up 200. They gave up 250 yards,
and they gave up 20 points.
20 points and 250 yards. That's a bad half, no matter how you
20
slice
points
it.
is too many, and at home against anybody. And then they'll say that even if it's Ohio State, they'd say that's too many points and a half.
Well, it wasn't as if Iowa State had a bunch of short fields either. They didn't.
No, they didn't.
They didn't have any short fields. They had none.
Yeah, no short fields, and no freshness excuse either. By the way, like sometimes, like with Ohio State last year, it was either the short fields, or in other games, it was they're just on the field for a million plays.
Yeah, we had more snaps, as I recall, than they did.
Yeah, and time of possession was literally 30 minutes to 30 minutes in the game, and we were, I think it was maybe 16-14 at halftime or something, 16 minutes to 14 minutes. So it wasn't like they were on the field for a ton of time. It wasn't like they, were on the field for a ton of snaps. So that was a little bit troubling. The last thing I'm going to say, okay, and this is going to sound a little bit harsh, but Xavier Wampa was on the broadcast multiple times trash talking Iowa State, either in a dog pile or on the Iowa State sideline. I don't know if you caught that, Corey. There was multiple times he was jawing with Iowa State wide receivers, or there was one time on the sideline on the broadcast with a coach that he was kind of getting a little when a receiver was pushed out of the sideline. He didn't record a tackle. He didn't record a pass defended, and he got burned on the play that partially cost Iowa the game.
And he got benched.
Not a good look in a rivalry game for a 5-star recruit. And if he's hurt, he's hurt. If it was an effort problem, then that's even more disturbing. Or if it was a preparation problem, I don't like an energy problem. But that was as bad of a performance as an Iowa DB, as far as a look, as far as optics, has had in a long time. Because even when they don't play great, they don't stand out like that. They don't stand out as somebody that's talking a lot and giving up a big play like that.
Let me throw another play. We ran through a laundry list of, and then I'll let you go, Kyle. But we ran through a laundry list of plays earlier today that if you flip them and they turn out differently, Iowa probably wins. Just like any one of those plays. Let's throw another one in the mix. It's 3rd down inside the red zone. Iowa State throws up jump ball, TJ Hall and Jalen Knoll. And I know you probably couldn't see this from your seat, Don, but it's going to make you sick when you see it back later on CBS. Yeah. But TJ Hall had the interception, and Jalen Knoll just said,
He ripped it out of his hands.
That's my ball. And credit to Jalen Knoll. And I felt bad for TJ. Great kid. I know you got a special connection with TJ and his dad. And I know TJ was sick to his stomach 2 years ago when he gave up a couple of big plays against Nebraska. But that's going to be one that haunts him, because that's another one. And that's not just on him, but I'm just saying there's another play that even if he just knocks that thing down incomplete, and I understand going for the pick, you're trying to take away even a field goal. You're going for the pick. I get it. But he got taken on that play.
Yeah, absolutely. That was tough to watch. And that was, that's not even a bad play on TJ's part. Like you said, you just feel bad for him a little bit.
You just got to fight. You got to do better.
That was a classic rivalry play where one guy was stronger on the play. And
TJ Hall is going to look back at that and say, I got to be better.
Yeah.
I got to be stronger. I got to be better.
Right.
Absolutely. So I'll step back, but that's the only thing that concerned me a little bit moving forward from this game, because we've seen the offense be so bad, is if we can't win games even with 300 yards of offense, there's a few more games that will be.
Well, let's not forget, 300 is not that many.
No,
there are all kinds of teams that average 400.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying there's 10 games last year that we would have taken 300 in a heartbeat. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think there are many teams that are going to help stretch Iowa vertically like Iowa State. That's why I keep saying the schedule, and if they can continue to improve this pass offense, I think the defense will be fine. Yeah. And I think that I still think they're going to win 9 or 10 games. I do. I had them preseason at 10-2. I had them losing to Nebraska. I had them losing to Ohio State, and maybe they end up at 9-3. But I still think they win 9 or 10 games, and we're still talking about their playoff chances in late November because of the schedule suit. And I think the defense is going to be fine. I think Phil Parker will get that figured out. It's just sad that it cost him a game, and they were, one missed kick, just to miss a 52-yard or 54-yard field goal. Game's over. Doesn't matter. We're just sitting here talking about ways they need to clean things up. Instead, we're talking about a loss and a 1-1 record and a loss at home to a rival. So
let's not forget. I don't worry about us going in the tank. That won't happen. Simply because we have too much character on the team, too much character on the part of the coaches. The coaches are going to set the right example for the players. The players are going to respond. I don't worry for a second that we might decide that we don't want to be a good football team. That's not going to happen.
And we saw that just two short years ago.
Ohio State's game 5. Yeah. It is entirely possible after 5 games that we're 3-2. We all agree on that. That's entirely possible. That's to be expected. But what happens next? It's entirely possible. Also, we'll have a 7-game winning streak at the end of the year. I realize that's difficult because any of those 7 teams can beat us. We know that. But Iowa football generally takes care of business. And if it's a game that we have a chance to win, we'll usually find a way to win it.
And I don't think it'll be any different this year. That's part of the reason why this loss is so painful.
Yes.
Not just because it's to Iowa State, but you win this game and you're like, they still got a great shot at 11-1. A legitimate shot if you sneak by in this game of getting to 11-1. And let's not forget, part of the reason why I kept saying, hey, they're going to get this passing game figured out, but it's probably going to be October. You had Illinois State, Troy, a down Minnesota team, and a bye week. Right. The one real difficult challenge, not that Minnesota on the road isn't challenging, but the one real difficult challenge is this game against Iowa State. Could you survive without a passing game? And they could not do that today.
Yeah.
Kyle,
you're right.
I'm here, and your contributions. Thanks for moderating the chat.
Yeah, and we'll get back to that.
Good man, Kyle.
All right, Midwest Storm Chasing. Corey, explain to me how this is not Kirk's fault. Did I say it's not Kirk's fault? I said there's blame several places, and ultimately it does fall on coaching. I would put Kirk at the top of that, and I would hope Kirk would do that, Don. The head coach takes responsibility. And I will say this, and sometimes we take things out of context, but this was a quote, Elliot Clough of Rivals quoting Kirk Ferentz after the game. Kirk was quoted as saying regarding Cade McNamara, quote, he's working his way back. He's still trying to get back in game shape, end quote. Wouldn't that be a concerning, Don, you've got a little bit of a confused look on your face. That's a concerning thing to hear from your head coach right now. That's not what we want to hear after 2 games.
Right.
That's not what we want to hear at all. And if he's still trying to get back in game shape, then why is he not starting over Brendan Sullivan, who, again, everybody that I talked to, you saw multiple practices. I saw one practice. Again, sources from inside the program reported the same thing. Other people reported it. The quarterback battle was very close. You could almost call it a coin toss. So if Cade is, quote, still working his way back, why is he playing? Why is he playing when you have a guy who has proven to be an adequate Big Ten starter behind him? I don't understand that at all. And I hope that's going to be evaluated this week. Because, by the way, let me just say this. Cade, this is easy for me to say today, but Don, you and I both know we had conversations off the air. I wasn't impressed with Cade last week. He was good at times, but he also got lucky a couple of times. He threw the ball off his back foot. And by the way, let's talk a little bit about Cade McNamara underthrowing receivers. That's becoming a chronic problem 2 weeks into the season. He's done this I'd say at least 5 or 6 times so far. We've had incomplete passes down the field, not due to the fault of a receiver or a big play by a defender, but because Cade McNamara is underthrowing habitually. Okay? We've seen Iowa quarterbacks like Nate Stanley, Spencer Petras, Deacon Hill overthrowing receivers consistently. Cade is underthrowing receivers specifically. He had a pass down the field in the second half to Caleb Brown. Gary Danielson, Don, thought that play could have ended up as a touchdown if the pass was put on the money to Caleb Brown. Caleb Brown had an edge on the defender. Cade egregiously underthrows him. We go back a week ago, the underthrow to Luke Lachey in the end zone.
That play down the seam, I made this observation. If you go back and look at it, I don't know if it was 3-deep zone or man free. I'm not sure. But the bottom line, if you're going to throw the ball down a seam, you've got to work the free safety. I don't care if it's zone or man. You got to work the free safety away from where you want to throw. That on that play, if I'm not mistaken, basically he dropped back and looked left the whole time, and the free safety got to the ball.
Yeah, but it was underthrown, Don.
Well, if it was
underthrown,
well, he still broke it up. My point is, you got to control him with your eyes, otherwise he might break it up.
I get that. I'm saying if the pass had been put on the money, I don't think the free safety gets there either way.
So you're saying that Gill had to actually gear down a little bit for the ball?
Okay, maybe we're talking about 2 different plays. I'm talking about the throw down to the field to Caleb Brown.
We were going north.
We were, yeah, they were going north.
It's the same play, I'm sure.
That was
free safety broke it up.
Yeah, that was to Caleb Brown, not Gill.
Oh, I'm sorry. Number 3, you're right. I'm sorry, I said Gill. No, we're talking about the same play. It was Brown. You're right.
Okay. All right, before we get to our next Iowa Smokehouse caller, I want to take a moment to thank Brad Van Meter and his team down at State Farm in Des Moines. Get your insurance quote this coming week, and very competitive on homeowners. If you are looking for a potential switch and want a better price on homeowners, you're going to get great coverage with Brad and his team over at State Farm in Des Moines. Give them a call for a totally free quote. 515-256-6480. All you decision makers out there, or online at bradvanmeter.com. Again, that's 515-256-6480. And this is a company, State Farm, been in business for over 100 years now. So again, Brad, big Hawkeye fan. James over in the office down there in Fleur Drive in Des Moines, big Hawkeye fan. Give him a call, 515-256-6480. Let's go to our next Iowa Smokehouse caller. Doug's been a trooper, waiting on hold like forever. Doug, welcome to the show.
Well, I can't go outside because I live here in Ames, where there's a bunch of people driving around golf carts with Iowa State flags and shooting off fireworks. Don't tell me it's not your Super Bowl.
Shooting off fireworks?
God. Don't tell me it's not your Super Bowl if you're shooting off fireworks. But I live around a couple big Cyclone fans, and I went outside with the dog with the Swarm shirt on. But these are always rough. They feel like every Cyclone loss, 0-1, 0-2, all the close ones where I think 1 or 2 plays different, we win the game. I Googled 19-7 going for 2, and every analytics site I had said you don't do it in the third quarter. Like when I Googled it and went to an analytics site, they said don't do it. Coach, didn't you guys used to have a monkey card that said when to go for 2 and not to go for 2?
Yeah.
We need a monkey card. Is that what we need? Is a monkey card?
We might not. You talked about that Purdue game. We had no chance to win after we didn't go for 2. That
was dumb.
I mean, maybe I would think you would discuss this a little bit or have some. I knew that wasn't a good decision when it happened, but we lost the game by not closing it out in the first half.
I agree.
We had what 3.
If you score 21, if you just cash in on inside the 10 first downs, it's 21-0 at halftime, and the game is virtually over. Don, do you believe Iowa State's coming back from a 21-0 deficit in Kinnick?
No.
But 13-0 is totally different. It's totally different. It never grew to 3 scores.
Right.
Again, like Don's already said, 17-0 is a lot different than 13-0.
Yes, just give them 17-0. It's totally different, 100%.
Yeah. again, I think we had 303 yards. You probably said that quite a few times. But did you get the first half statistics? Weren't we at like 196 at halftime? Because I was going to say something about us being close to 400, but then we got 107 yards in the second half, and that pretty much ended the game, kind of.
Yeah, first quarter, Iowa finished total with 113, and of course ran the ball effectively. In the second quarter, they finished with 83.
That's
again basically 200 yards in the first half.
200 yards in the first half and 100 yards in the second half. Think how concerning it is if we would put both the first half of Illinois State and the second half to Iowa State together. We'd really be going off the ledge here. But
yeah, but they probably would have lost to Illinois State had they had a first half like they did last week and the second half like they did today.
Yeah. Again, two other things before I go that there a couple of the Cyclone friends are upset at me about. I hate the chant overrated because then you're diminishing your accomplishment.
Yes.
So I don't understand why you'd ever give the chant overrated. And everyone's posting this because I live in Cyclone country. The nickname of the state has nothing to do with the outcome of a football game or the better sports team. And plus, who would want to be in a state called the Cyclone State? That means you're in a state of disaster. I don't know. But anyway, it's like Florida calling themselves the Hurricane State. You wouldn't want to do that. My last thing is we talked about this when I think I called in one of the other times. You got to play your second string quarterback sometime. Cade's just not good.
That's not Tim. I know it sounds like that is not Tim, right, Don? Ultimately, the quarterback decision is Kirk. It's got to be Kirk.
I don't know that.
Well, you don't know that, but ultimately he's going to make the final call on that. Like, he's not going to question Phil Parker when he pulls Hall for John Nestor or Deshaun Lee. But Don, you can't convince or Wampa for Intringer. You can't convince me for a second. Tim Lester has to go through Kirk Ferentz before making a switch to a different quarterback. Phil does not have to do that when making a switch at DB. Correct or incorrect?
I don't know that that's true.
So
I really don't.
What part of that do you doubt is true? Do you doubt that Phil Parker has to go through Kirk to make a change at DB?
No, but I don't think it's a certainty that Tim has to get permission from Kirk to declare starting quarterback.
Wow. See, and if you're right on that, I will eat crow. I think that is, I would almost say that's 0% probability of being true. I can't imagine with Kirk's, how he's held on to this quarterback room over the last how many years, regardless of Brian Ferentz's shortcomings. This has been the same process year after year, coordinator after coordinator, of sticking with a guy no matter what. You can't convince me that that's all been coordinators sticking with their guys.
I don't know. I get the impression that Tim is a pretty strong-minded person. It's not like he's some kind of coaching neophyte. He's coached a long time.
Yeah.
He's been in some good places and had some really good success. So I could see Tim having a discussion with Kirk about who should be out there. And
well, I'm sure he's had the discussions, but I'm just saying I think there's no way that doesn't have to be approved by Kirk Ferentz.
Will we see Sullivan this season?
What's that?
Will we ever see Sullivan this season?
We saw him last week for about a minute.
We saw him for a minute. Well, my last question has to deal with what you talked about, Corey, about Tim Lester's being different. And I didn't see the pre-snap motion as much in the second half. Was I getting that wrong? It seemed like they went back to a lot of their old tendencies. I don't know. That pre-snap motion stuff seems to help. And he was brought in to do that. Was there less of that in the second half, or was I just not seeing it? I guess I'll end it there.
Thank you, Doug.
I haven't charted it. I thought we still had some motion in the second half, but maybe not as much as first half. I don't know. I did recall a week ago, Corey, somebody pointed out we used motion in 12 of our first 14 plays without much success. And then, according to someone that had seen the game, and then we eliminated a lot of motion and had a lot more success. Supposedly that happened a week ago. I don't know. But I thought we still had some motion mixed in today in the second half. I don't think we gave up on motion as a way to dress up certain plays.
Did it feel like Iowa got a little vanilla with the run game as we went into the second half? Like there was
You
just
heard me say I was surprised we didn't try to attack wider more. Seemed like we had more success over the course of the game, and even late, and we weren't making a lot of yardage inside when we tried to burn the clock. And I guess I wondered, why not give an outside play a shot? Because we're not making much headway working in between the tackles.
Midwest Storm Chasing says Cade wasn't bad until Kirk put pressure on him. Stupid blank time management lost Iowa that game. And appreciate the super chats, Midwest Storm Chasing. And he adds, I'm not even upset Iowa went for 2. What was that second half play calling? Kirk relied on the defense. It's not Cade's fault. Somewhat different perspective. I think you can be upset about both things at the same time. Game management was not very good, Don. And clock management wasn't an issue. I have no issue with clock management. The only thing that was dumb that could have come back to bite him was having Devin Hilson running into the punter at the end of the first half that almost cost him 3 points. That would have been a stupid way to lose this game. But they found a way to lose it another way. And you could argue a couple different ways. Jack with the super chat. Thank you, Jack. How do you not run KJ inside the 5? They did seem to defer. And the only thing I can answer to that, Don, a couple of those trips inside the 10 came on the heels of a long Caleb Johnson run.
Right.
So you're trying to get a fresh back in there for a goal line situation. That's the only explanation I have for Jack.
That's exactly right. That was after the, 64 yards? Or 54?
I think weren't both of those red zone trips that came up with 3 points, weren't they both following a big run from Caleb?
Following lengthy runs, yes.
Yeah. Brian, thank you for the super chat. Respect to Tim. He inherited a dumpster fire. I trust it will get better. I love Cade. It's okay it's okay to call a spade a spade. He needs to do better. Well, sure. Absolutely. 100%. He needs to be better, but he is not married to the starting job. Okay. Nobody has put a ring on his finger as the starter all year. So if they got a guy who's able to push him, even in a game, which they do, unless there's something we're not aware of that's happening behind the scenes, and I'm not aware of anything like that, man, give the other guy some snaps. Don, we even heard at Big Ten Media Days, Kirk made the statement, hey, we have a lot of faith in Brendan. That was before camp. And he's like, we have a lot of faith in Brendan, but maybe we even have a package in place for him. Well, we haven't seen a package in place for Brendan Sullivan, and we certainly haven't seen a package in place for Marco Lainez. Not that there needs to be for Lainez, but I think Brendan has earned that. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. DC Hawkeye, thank you for the super chat. Hi, Coach. How long do you think is a fair amount of time for Lester to turn the offense? Games, years to get the right players? On a good note, the other black and gold team won. Go Army.
All right, glad to know. Army was playing down in Florida, and on the road, of course, a little bit tougher to get wins, but I'm glad to hear that they prevailed down in the state of Florida.
As did Navy. Navy won 38-11. Army final score today. Let me pull that up here. Army was 24-7 over FAU, who pushed Michigan State a week ago. Go ahead with the question regarding how much time we give Tim Lester.
How long do you think is a fair amount of time? Well, I mean, we've got a season to play. We played 2 games. We got 10 more that we're guaranteed to play. So let's not make any quick decisions. I think Tim Lester is going to prove himself as a very good offensive coordinator.
Okay, so let's get to our next caller here. Before we do that, I want to take another moment to thank Iowa Smokehouse. They sponsored the call-in line, but they're sponsoring so much here. A big part of this post-game coverage with Coach Patterson all year round. Check it out, iowasmokehouse.com. Use the code Hawkeyes for 15% off your total order. Tasting is believing. See how that's the truth. They offer a full lineup sure to satisfy you and your family's snacking needs, whether it's their meats, their sauces, including the barbecue sauce, which is awesome. I've got some of their bacon ketchup in my fridge at the moment. Use the code Hawkeyes. You'll never need to look anywhere else for game day snacking. You'll get 15% off your total order. Ryan, who's waiting to chat with Coach Patterson, is a big fan of Iowa Smokehouse. I know that. Again, tasting is believing, iowasmokehouse.com. Let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse call line. We have got James, who's been waiting forever. James, welcome.
Oh, was that me? Sorry, my bad. I'm here.
It's you. It's you. You're on the air with Coach Patterson.
And sorry, I was doing stuff because I was waiting so long. So, but first off, I want to say, obviously, it sucks to lose, right? But as a coach, I learned just to get over losses soon, right? I mean, I know Don's probably the same way. He was a coach too, So it's like you just learn to get over the losses. I mean, you just wash it and on to the next one. That's just how it is. At the end of the year, I look more back at the losses. At the end of the year, where it's more like, okay, that hurts more. To lose at the end of the year, I look more back at it than I do now. But I had the same question that last guy did. Kind of like that was my thing. Was like, why didn't Caleb Johnson get any run at all? We were on the goal line, except for the one time he did in the third quarter. We scored, but I just didn't understand why they didn't put him in. I get he had a big run, but you can't sit him out the whole time and put Kamari in, and they've just he wasn't going nowhere, getting no push at all.
Would you agree with that, Don? Estimation on Kamari Moulton?
I don't know. It seemed like it's hard to say because Caleb had a lot of plays for little or no gain too. It's just the fact that he's been able to hit him with some big gainers, and of course that inflates your numbers a lot. He had 100 yards on a couple of plays, I guess.
Yeah. I was more saying the goal line though. When you have that big of a back, why is he not in at all when you're on the goal line?
By the way, Seth says Don, Corey is right. So Seth has settled it. Don, I'm right. You're wrong.
I get in the middle of the field.
I don't even know what I'm wrong about. What am I wrong about?
I think this is in regards to the whole who's making the final call at quarterback.
Oh,
Lester.
Yeah.
So apparently Seth's inside the program, Don.
Yeah, he might be.
But no, my goal is just more on the goal line. Why do you have that big of a back and he's not playing the goal line at all?
Well, again, he long runs right before those trips. That's
why.
I
know, but at least on third down, try to get him in there. You didn't put him in there at all. You give him 2 snaps, put him back in. At least try to get some movement because Kamari, when we got to the goal line, he wasn't going anywhere. Sometimes he was in the other place, but I felt like when we were on the goal line, he wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, I'd say after a couple of plays, get him back in. Absolutely. But the problem is, at least on the 1 third down try, they went pass.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And that's also another thing, too. I felt like that was kind of a thing. But
maybe go pass earlier in the series.
Yeah, or go pass him first down.
Maybe go pass earlier and then go run on second or third.
Yeah. If you go pass on first, then you can run it. If you go pass, you still give him a break, too, and then you can run maybe with Kamari on second down and run with him on third down. I'll go with Caleb on third down. But another thing I kind of have is we talk about the Wayne conversion, but if we don't get it and we go to the 20 and it's 20 to let's say we get 20, right? We go for extra point, we get 20, right? They score 2 touchdowns, it's 21-20, looking back at it maybe we should have went for 2 in that situation. That's a very call where it's you never know in that situation. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I feel like you should have kicked it, obviously, right? But and I know, and Don knows that if they scored and we would have lost 21-20, we would have looked back at maybe we should have went for 2 in that possession.
Explain to James
simply saying
what he's saying, Don.
Coaches often talk, this kind of thing gets discussed, and like you say, Corey, there are printed sheets that tell you what to do, not that you have to abide by it. But the bottom line, you've heard that phrase, don't chase the points. You've heard that.
Yeah. No, I agree. I said I think they should have kicked it. But I said, a lot of fans would have been, if we would have lost 21-20, kicked it. They would have been we should have went for 2. That's what I said. I felt like he should have kicked it 2, but fans would have been we should have probably went for 2 there if we lost 21-20.
We could have said, fans can say that if they want, but those that know the game would have been able to come back and say, no, the right play was what they did with 5 minutes left in the third. We can't say that now because that was not the right play. That's not the textbook play to make or call.
No, yeah, no, I agree. I was just saying, I know a lot of times going for 2 is a 2-sided street. It's if you get it and you win because you get it, then you look like the hero. If you don't kick it and you lose, then you look like the villain. Like it's a lot of very two-sided streets when it comes to that specific play, especially in that situation. But it's definitely a tough loss. But like we said, we can't let it get us down. That's one thing. Like, I hope the team can't let us down. With the way they were talking, they made it seem like they were going to let them get down. I don't know if you've seen what Kirk said, though.
I just quoted him earlier, but I
with Cade? Was it with Cade? What he said about Cade?
Yeah, about he's working his way back into game shape.
Yeah. No, he also said they also asked him about like what's he gonna do, and I can't quote him specifically, but he kind of said like Cade's the guy. That's what he meant. Like what he said. He didn't say this, but like what he said by what he said was Cade's the guy. If that makes sense. That's not what he said, but
what
you
did
know
he
what I mean.
say? What did he say? I mean,
can I find it real quick? Give me a second.
Well, I can probably pull it up, I suppose, but yeah, I don't expect Kirk to make a change. That's just not what he does. He's not going to make a change. Don, what's it going to take for Cade to get benched? How bad would it need to be? I mean, it's a different situation than past years because Kirk's clearly got more confidence in Brandon.
Oh, okay. I found it. By the way.
Okay.
They asked him if he was going to make a change.
I would ask you, Corey. You say Kirk clearly has more confidence in Brendan. The obvious comeback to that is why haven't we seen him for more than 2 minutes at the end of the Illinois State game? If that's the case,
I don't have an answer for that.
No, but they asked him if like he was.
James, you're cutting out really bad. You're like we can't hear you. We can't understand what you're saying. So, we'll try to come back to you, James, but we lost you completely this time.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I got you now.
Okay, there you go. I must have it. Okay, they asked him about like making changes at positions. I don't know what position they asked, but he said, "I feel that."
Yeah, James, we're losing you completely, James. You're going in and out, and there's no way we can hear what you're saying. You might try to come back here in a little bit. Couple things. Loot. Question for Don: Would you say that Kirk reminds you of Hayden or Joe Pa more? Either one, in any way?
Well, personality-wise, I think Kirk might be more like Joe Pa. I guess. I don't know. I never worked for Joe Pa, of course, but I've been across the field from him any number of times. It's a tough one. I think if I had to pick one or the other, I'd pick Joe Pa. And one answer is not better than the other necessarily. It's just that in terms of personality and whatnot, I'd say he's more like Joe Pa.
All right, let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse line. We've got Vincent. Vincent, welcome.
Hey, Don. Hey, Corey. How you doing?
Hi, Vincent.
I'm doing good. How are you?
I had better days. It's always terrible to have a lead and then end up with a loss. But a couple quick questions. I know both of you guys made a good point when it comes to Lester's offense. It's just going to take time to get that offense running smoothly. And I think, Corey, you got a good beat on it, probably at least the first month of the season. I would say probably half a season for the players to get a good beat on it. But given what we saw in the first half to what we saw in the second, do you guys think Kirk still has his finger on that play calling button along with Lester, or do you think it's just Lester calling those?
I think Kirk has his finger in big moments on maybe even some third downs, Don, run, back. Like on that 3rd and 8 there at the end. I think Tim probably knew the right decision, but I guarantee you Kirk is saying run the ball. But
I think Kirk is making those big decisions. Kirk's not going to tell Tim what pass play to run. He's simply going to say throw it or run it. Yeah. That's all.
Well,
he might recommend
here's what comes to mind. Okay. What comes to mind though for me is given what we've seen the last couple of years, I wonder if when we get a lead and we have a comfortable lead, it almost seems like Kirk is more of the mindset of play it safe, run the ball, play it to your defense. So I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, is Kirk kind of in Lester's ear in the headset telling him, hey, I want you to lean heavy on run, or do you think there's any factor? But if you guys don't think there is, okay, I'll go with that.
No, I would say there's a chance of that too. He might, the way the game's going, if we have a lead and our defense is playing well, he might simply say before we take the field, I want you to burn the clock, which is another way of saying, I want you to run the ball and shorten the game. He might say something like that, but in general, if it's a critical down, he might say throw it, run it. He might not say anything. I'm not even telling you that he's always going to restrict him to the point where he has to pick a run or he has to pick a pass. I don't believe that either necessarily. Maybe, maybe not. Probably depends on the situation.
By the way, Finn, you're out of your mind. That's all I'll say. You're out of your mind with this comment. It's a naive comment when you're inheriting one of the worst offenses in modern football history, and you're moaning about 2 bad halves and a run game that's actually producing against a really good Iowa State defense. Go ahead, Vincent.
No, I just read that comment and I'm shaking my head. If you really think Brian wasn't the problem, then you weren't watching the same game.
Well, he's a big part of the problem. He's a big part of the problem.
Absolutely.
You know,
and anybody who knows coaching, and Corey, both of you and Don can attest to it, when you're implementing a new offense, whether you're bringing in or whether you're merging the old with the new, it just takes time for players to get playbooks and plays to emerge. You have to give that time.
He's also inheriting all of Brian's recruits, with the exception being a couple of guys, one of which isn't playing, in Brendan Sullivan. Like, all these guys were Brian's guys. And Tim has worked with these guys, and they just went through their, like, I'm not trying to sound like I'm making excuses. I'm just saying we said this going into the season. It was going to take time. Didn't think that is just naive.
And you're seeing the evolution of Lester. And Don, you can answer this. You're seeing bits and pieces of Lester's offense getting implemented, and they're having some success. But you have to still rep these things. You have to still practice these things. It's not an overnight overhaul where all of a sudden you're going to see a dramatic difference. You're seeing the progression of Lester's offense working. But anyway, on the defensive side, one thing I was curious to is Phil Parker is obviously an excellent D coordinator, but I was a little bit, I was thinking more along the lines of, with Beck being a multi-year, second-year starter now, I didn't see a whole lot of pressures on him. He almost had a little bit too much time back there to kind of sit and get these throws out. Do you think we didn't pressure enough, or do you guys think we probably were okay in that regard? I just felt if we would have had a backer or somebody, our cash position or Castro, maybe hurrying him or pressuring him, those throws wouldn't have been so easy, or he'd have had so much time. Do you think we should have done more pressure?
Well, hindsight's always 20/20. Based on how well they threw the ball in the second half, you could argue that we should have taken some chances and tried to hit him up a little bit. I do remember thinking in the first half wound down, I'm surprised Iowa State hadn't thrown down the field so much. But then I flashed back on the fact, I'm pretty sure at that point in the game, one of their concerns was him having enough time to throw. I think we had him a little bit rattled in the early part of the game.
Early
to his credit, he kind of worked his way through it.
Yeah, early on, we were getting pressure with just our 4 down linemen, but as the game progressed, you could tell we weren't getting that pressure. And I know he was getting it out quick. You could tell that, but it just seemed like he was too comfortable back there to find the receivers that he was finding down the field, especially late in the third quarter and into the fourth. So I thought, maybe some pressure would have helped. But again, like you said, hindsight's 20/20. And then lastly, just piggybacking on to what Corey, you and both Don said, I would love to see Sullivan get in there for, if you want to call it, packages or split plays, but we need to start at some point either getting him in there alternating series just to see what he can do. Just see let him both play it out and see who kind of maybe does the better job. I would at least love to see him in there because, for one, he needs the opportunity, but 2, I just think he has way more potential with his feet to get first downs, especially on short yardage or rollouts or RPOs. He's just a more viable option. And gentlemen, I'll leave you guys to that. Thank you so much, Corey, for the call.
Thanks, Vincent. You know what? I'm just almost in shock, and I shouldn't be, that Brendan Sullivan, by all accounts, performed really well in fall camp and isn't even getting a look. I think that's disgraceful. And I don't think that's on Tim Lester. We won't know for sure. But I think he should have gotten the I thought he should have gotten meaning. This is not me in hindsight, Don. This is not me looking, oh, they lost. They should. I was saying this going into week 1. You were saying this going into week 1.
Right.
Anyways, let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with Coach John Patterson. Who's on the line?
This is Kurt calling again. I called a little bit ago. I was away from the TV here for a little bit. I apologize if you guys already went over this, but I wanted to ask Coach a question. Did you think that Cade was not getting through his progressions at all? Like he was locking in on one guy too soon, and things like that. And I do agree with Coach. I do think Lester is going to be a pretty good coordinator. Like I guess you could say I'm drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit. Like I can see the potential in it. It just seems like there's just a lot of lack of execution.
Right. You are seeing some plays in these first 2 games that you never saw before. And that's a good thing, because it makes it a little tougher to defend if we have more plays to pick from. And we certainly have more plays now than what we used to have.
Yeah. It just seems, and then another question I wanted to ask is, it just seems, in terms of offense, like the protection was pretty good. I shouldn't say pretty good. It's getting better than what it was under Brian. But it seems like we're still having an issue running between the tackles, like the C gap, like toward the outside. Like the stretch plays and the tosses were really good. It seems like, and I understand Iowa State. They got a pretty good defense, so they're going to take that into account too. But it just, at what point does like offensive line coaching need to be addressed?
Well, offensive line, yeah, I don't know. How would you? I mean, without looking back on the tape, you're probably going to tell me it's hard to evaluate the O-line as a whole, Don.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you say your first inclination to 2 weeks in? How would you evaluate this offensive line collectively?
Well, the thing I noticed in the second half, it seemed like I was wondering how they were doing it because it seemed like we were getting more linkage into our backfield. I'm talking about out of the front. Maybe they're down guys plus a fourth guy that's coming from somewhere. You realize, Corey, even if they're a three down team, that does not mean they're not going to bring 4 rushers. You just don't know who the fourth guy is, but typically there are 4. And I was wondering if they were slanting. In other words, a backside guard that had to pick up a guy in the A gap didn't quite do it, didn't quite get him cut off. Hence, we had penetration, and now the running lanes are not as obvious in our backfield. It's not. There's a little uncertainty on the part of the ball carrier where to go because there's a guy on our grass in our neighborhood, and he's thrown off stride. And he's got to change directions and start up again, and now you don't have nearly as productive a play. So I do think they got penetration on us more in the second half. I felt as the game went on, maybe the winning edge went to Iowa State in their D-line versus our O-line. It seemed like we were having more difficulty being able to eliminate penetration into our backfield across the line of scrimmage. I don't know how they did it exactly, but I suspect just with a lot of movement up front.
Kurt, anything else before we let you go?
Thanks for taking my call again. I'm enjoying the show.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the phone call. Absolutely good stuff for Coach Patterson. So appreciate Kurt giving us a call back. Alan, never stop being Alan. Alan, never stop being you. You're a joy. All right, let's go to. Before we get to our next caller, we've got a couple of people still waiting on hold to talk with Coach Patterson. Be sure you check out RTI Threads, folks. They've been sponsoring the postgame show and will continue to do so through the ups, through the downs. I thought Jacob Gill showed flashes again today, Don. I wish, again, you could connect. The whole passing game went away. in that second half, but I thought he showed flashes in that second half, or excuse me, especially in the first half. And that, what was it? Gary Danielson called the misdirection pass play back left, that he called it a long developing play. And Cade ended up taking a sack. I believe that's the only sack he took in the game. But Jacob Gill was open on that play. But that play does take time to develop, and Iowa's offensive line could not hold up. But anyways, regardless, Jacob Gill, part of the future of that Iowa wide receiver room under Tim Lester and Aaron Graves, had a big week one. I think a lot of attention was shown to him this week. Don, wouldn't you agree? I mean, it's hard to deal with Y.A. Black and Aaron Graves, but I think Iowa State did a pretty good job of doing that. Check out all the NIL apparel, rtithreads.com.
I couldn't help but notice, talking about Aaron, a very quiet day. He ended up with 1 assisted tackle, 1 total tackle, no sacks, no passes broken up, no pressures, none of that. And let's brag on 2 other people in particular. Jay Higgins, 11 total tackles, but also 1 fumble forced, 1 interception, of course. Really a nice play on that particular play. And then also I take my hat off to this guy. Now, he only had 5 tackles, but a couple of them were very difficult plays. And if he didn't make them, we were in a little bit of trouble. And I'm talking about Castro. Sebastian had a couple of beautiful open field tackles today. And I remember thinking, I don't know that we had too many guys that could make that play. But Castro is a very sure tackler. And hats off to him for being such a reliable player.
By the way, all of our sponsors, including RTI Threads, the links to all of these great products found in the description. And think about it, folks. If you just one purchase through each one of our sponsors, if everybody did that, imagine the returns, not only for our partners, but also the impact on student athletes and the impact on the show, because sponsors are the lifeblood, and your donations. But again, check it all out. RTI Threads for Hawkeye apparel and more. Threads are coming. All right, let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse call line. We've got Erica on hold. Erica, welcome.
Hello. How's it going?
It's going about as
Hi,
usual,
Erica.
Erica. We're almost 3 hours into the show. It's going great.
Yeah, how am I doing? I think you guys know how I'm doing. I'm not happy here.
Understand.
Corey, I kind of feel the same as you. I've calmed down since the beginning of the show, that's for sure. But I still do have some comments. The first thing is just Cade is not – I feel like he doesn't have good vision down the field. There have been a bunch of times, and it happened incidentally in the last game against Illinois State too, where there were people, in the end zone or close to the end zone who would have ended up there, getting the touchdown, who were completely open, and he didn't go to those people. He just doesn't seem to see them. He doesn't have good vision at all. And so I don't know why that's a problem. Is there anything that can be done about that, or is it just a question of him getting more experience, or what is it?
Don, how do you, when you're looking at tape later and you're Tim Lester, and it doesn't take a genius for Cade to see Gill in the corner of the end zone going like this while by himself, but how do you coach that and fix those mistakes if you're a coach?
Well, maybe one area that can help us, I don't know. It's hard to tell from just watching from your seat, but one of the things that maybe can help us, sometimes if you're looking from a defensive perspective, I'll say it this way. Look at the games tomorrow on TV. I'm talking about NFL football. Mm-hmm. You'll see the quarterbacks absolutely doing a great job of scanning the field. The point is they get a lot done before the ball's ever snapped.
Right.
It's simply referred to them as pre-snap reads. They're going to scan the entire field. And maybe look at over here. And I always coach my guys, listen, scan the entire field. I don't care if you scan it left to right and then back to middle, or right to left and back to middle. It doesn't matter. Do it the same way every snap. And as you're scanning the field, of course, you're looking, maybe you have a little bit of latitude about where the ball might go. Maybe it's simple underneath routes that are mirrored. Well, you can decide before the snap, I want to throw left, I want to throw right. I'm basing it on matchups. I'm basing it on the depth of the defender, how much cushion they give. It's a matchup maybe based on our personnel. We like the matchup better. We think we can maybe shake the guy's tackles, so let's be sure and attack him. So I don't know that we get that done as well as we might. Pre-snap reads can help. I would encourage any quarterback, if you're not making some judgments before the snap, then you're simply not playing good football. Let me give you a baseball analogy. And Erica, you know a lot about baseball too, I bet.
Not really, no.
Not really? Well, I bet Corey does. So Corey, you'll appreciate this analogy. Let me give you a scenario. There's a runner on first and a runner on third.
I hate
and
these
there's
games.
And there's one out. You're playing shortstop.
Okay.
I'll give you two different balls that are hit your way. One is a soft roller. The other one is a hard ground ball.
Okay.
Hard ground ball. Where do you go with the ball? You should know this before the ball's ever thrown.
I'm going home. Well, no, unless it's a double play. Are you talking about a potential double play ball?
Yes. Runners on first and third.
I'm going to go 2-1.
Absolutely. Turn the double play, the run doesn't count, right? But what about a soft roller? You got to try to make the play at home. Or at least you got to verify he's not going home.
Right, exactly.
If he's making an attempt to score, you got to cut him off. And you got to charge the ball, of course, to be able to get that done. Simple example, but you get my drift. Get as much of the thought process out of the way before the snap. I don't know that I just would suspect we can do better in that regard.
Yeah, definitely.
And I guess I could say I'm not an expert, but I am a little bit of an expert on that stuff because I did coach quarterbacks quite a while.
Yeah. The other thing, I know another caller said this earlier, and I want to just say for the record that I agree with him that there was not a lot of motion, especially in the second half. And that's supposedly one of the things that Leicester is supposedly focusing on to try to trick defense, the opposing defense better. So I think that's something that needs to be worked on more clearly because they hardly did it. And also, I don't know who said what at this point. It's almost been 3 hours, so I'm not sure which caller said what. But someone made the question or comment about, is Kirk really controlling this, or are these Tim's, plays, or what's the situation there? Well, I remember before the season started, we kept hearing, oh, well, Tim has the keys to the offense. He's, pretty much insinuating he's going to decide everything. I don't buy that for 1 second. Kirk's paws were all over this game. I wrote on Twitter right after the game was over, the more things change, the more they stay the same. This to me was just another game like last year's as far as the offense goes. And that to me is very concerning. I don't think we are a playoff team if we keep playing this way at all, not even close. And I think it's really embarrassing.
Well, they're not a playoff team if they play like they did in the second half. No. It doesn't take a whole lot to turn that first half from being good into being great. You 2 trips inside the 10. Don, they were a few yards away from being up 21-0 at halftime.
But that's the difference between being a playoff team or not. Like, good teams would capitalize off that.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I think the 12-team playoff changes the game a little bit because, right, nobody would have anticipated Iowa even this year to be in the conversation with a 4-team format. But the 12-team playoff, you're going to have tighter races for all those at-large berths. So, I don't know that those are things that are not correctable, Erica. And one loss here, yeah, it would have been great to just be able to learn from this loss or learn from this win, right? Win the game and you learn from your mistakes. But unfortunately, they were not able to do that, and now they gotta correct these things. Look, they got to win 2 games before Ohio State. They've got to be 3-1. Have to be. If they don't do that, they're done as far as the playoff is concerned. Absolutely. But the playoff shouldn't be. Don, should the playoff no longer be a goal at this point? It's got to still be at the top of the list. In Big Ten championships, okay, we can talk about that, but playoff is more reasonable anyways at the beginning of the season with the new 12-team format. It's going to be much harder to win the conference than it is to make a 12-team playoff. That's still got to be a goal. That's not fools. That's not some outlandish fool's gold type of goal.
I would hope, Corey, that our only focus right now is really being our best next Saturday. and that may sound like a minimal goal because there are better teams up ahead than Troy, but we need to win next Saturday and feel good about how we played. And I'm talking about feeling better than we felt after Illinois State even, because we still had to feel badly about that first half versus Illinois State. That shouldn't happen.
Yeah. And then the other thing too, another reason that I think we may have lost today, I noticed that we tend to do better. And this was true too with Deacon and with Petrus. Like it's been true last few years that we seem to do a bit better when we're up tempo. We're playing up tempo. Cade just goes back and he takes too long to do his reads. And then before you know it, he's either sacked or he throws at the wrong spot or misses obvious targets like what happened with Gill today a few times. And then you have the offense is just too predictable, you know, like, and that goes back to why we need to have motion, because that's one way we can effectively try to fool other defenses. Clearly our offense is not up to the task of being threatening right now. So I don't know. I can't help but feel a little bit disappointed. And I know Rome wasn't built in a day and all that fun stuff, but it's just, I mean, they need to bench Cade already. Like, because he won a championship or a Big Ten championship at Michigan. We're not Michigan. You know, we don't have as many weapons around him. Like, we just don't.
Don, what was going right in that first half with the first quarter, specifically with the passing game? Because it was like night and day. Not that they were, Reese Vandersey didn't have a catch until the second half, but Jacob Gill was involved early. They got Hayden Large involved in a nice 10-yard catch in that first half. They were moving the chains. In fact, the first drive of the game, they moved the chains 3 different times and played the field position game and played it beautifully, got the ball back. That north end zone was rocking. It was clearly affecting the cadence for Iowa State. And
that's a good point. We need to give our fans credit. I know people sitting around me said, in their opinion, they never heard it as loud in Kinnick as what they heard today in that north end zone.
But so what was happening? What besides the field goal thing or field position, what was going right for the passing game in the first quarter, and what changed as the game went on? Was it just adjustments Iowa State was making on the back end?
That's a good question, Corey. I'm not sure. It seemed like we were getting people open in the first half more so than the second half. You've always heard me say one of the quarterback's problems is that the receivers aren't doing a great job of working their way open. Credit to the coverage, of course, but some of the blame has to go to the receivers too.
Well,
Yeah.
there were hold on though. There were it's hard to ignore. I know that, but it's also hard to ignore when you see receivers wide open on tape several times and they're just not getting the ball, whether that's protection or quarterbacking or whatever. I am very hesitant to blame receivers because there were at least multiple times today where there were wide open receivers that were just missed. So
and that goes back to Cade not being able to make his reads fast enough, not having vision down the field. I mean, it's all related, right? And then they realize, we can't, in the second half, we're not being successful at passing the ball. And then we have no choice but to run it. And then we become too predictable. So it's just this chain effect. And I don't know, like Cade just needs to be benched. It's not acceptable. We paid all this money for him. And look what he's doing. We even tampered and got our coach suspended for a game. Like, it's ridiculous.
That's on Kirk.
Well, this whole thing's on Kirk. It's his team. He's the CEO of the team.
I don't believe in just benching him. I believe in giving Brendan some time in the next game and give them Don, if you're going to audition, okay, we did it 3 weeks late. Do it next week. There's no other time to do it but next week. Audition these guys. Give one guy a drive and then give another guy a drive, or give one guy a quarter and another, whatever. I don't care what it looks like at this point. Just give the other guy a shot.
Yeah, there's no other games later in the season where we can do that. They have to do it next game against Troy. There's no other chance.
Yeah.
I mean, I tend to agree with you. Not that they couldn't have a lopsided victory against Northwestern or Minnesota, but on paper, this next week is the time, as Corey, the other Corey, a different Corey, not the one in the queue, not me. Corey 9621 says it's Sullivan time. I think it was Sullivan time last week. I thought we should have seen Sullivan last week, but that's not how Kirk operates. I fooled myself, Don. I'll admit that. I fooled myself into thinking he was going to play 2 guys game 1, and I was downright wrong.
I was surprised too. I thought we would.
Well, we're both not very smart as it relates to predicting that type of thing because we should have known better. We should have known better. Listen, Erica, this is.
As you said, Corey, Kirk did say, I feel really good about Sullivan, and he talked about having a package for him even to start the season.
That was in July.
And
Right.
talk is cheap. He said that, but has he done it? No, he hasn't. Like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be negative or whatever, but this is true. This is truth. And I don't know. I'm just not happy with Kirk. I think if he doesn't turn things around drastically, discussions need to be had.
Well, Erica, we appreciate your viewpoint as always, and let's hope this is one of very few post-game shows like this all season.
Yeah, and Coach, I know you're, Kirk and deal with him and everything, so I don't expect you to make commentary on it, but I'm just saying how I feel about it. And also, I hope there's going to be a Hayden Fry story at the end of this because I think everybody could use it.
Thank you, Erica. Appreciate it. Good stuff. And yeah, I'm really, again, if you want your comment up on the screen, please throw a super chat up there and we'll get it. Basically, what it does for me is it automatically stars that super chat, that comment, so I see it right away, as opposed to trying to scroll through probably thousands, at least hundreds of comments in the chat. So, Jack, thank you for the super chat. We need to stop worrying about playoffs, start worrying about executing the next offensive play well. Pressure is the enemy. Good stuff, Jack. Appreciate that. Let's go back to our call-in line, and I'm not going to even bother saying the name. I'm going to regret this. Crazy Joe Davola is on the line. Crazy Joe Davola, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. You're not on. I need you on camera here because you don't have your real name up on the screen. So we're going to take you out for now. If you can get your camera on. Got your camera on, sir. Thank you.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good.
Are you really Crazy Joe Davola like the one in Seinfeld?
Actually, no. This was I just got done watching that episode. It was on rerun, and I just love Crazy Joe Davola again. And it just felt appropriate because Coach loves Seinfeld, and I thought, hey, why not?
Don, are you scared of clowns?
No, but I am a big fan of Seinfeld, that's for sure.
Well, good to see you guys. Hey, I think the season's going to turn out just fine. I think this is a little bit of an overreaction. I think, first of all, we're going to beat Nebraska. Book it. Only two things that really jumped out to me today, and it was more of a thing that I remembered when I was in high school. And I was in Spanish class, and I needed to get an A on this paper, and I had to give this report in Spanish. And I did. I hit every word just across the board. It's perfect. I got a C. And I asked the teacher why. And she said, because you're thinking. You're thinking. I need you to react. This team is thinking right now. This is a whole new scheme. And that's everybody. The offensive linemen, the tight ends, everybody looks odd right now. They don't look like they're playing their full capability because they're thinking. Am I making the right cut? Am I making the right block? Is this where I'm supposed to go? Last week, I saw Colby get knocked on his butt 2 or 3 times on a bull rush. I saw Stevens. Bo is not, what I would call top tier guard. But again, even those guys look like they're thinking. And if we remove the thinking aspect of this, which will happen as this year goes on, this team will get better. A Kirk Ferentz team, they always hit the apex at the end before the bowl game, of course, but you know what I mean, regular season. And I think they're going to be just fine. Another thing that stuck out, because of this thinking, a lot of the players come off looking soft. Wampa came off looking soft, like he doesn't want to take a hit. Caleb gets tackled with an arm tackle at some point. Rides too high, doesn't put his shoulders down. There's just a lot of soft-looking people out there, and I think that's more of a reactionary to how everybody is just trying to implement this new offense. There's so much to think about. even Cade missing those throws. I saw that, and I'm thinking to myself, Cade just hasn't had enough time seeing how this has to progress.
So
he's going to have to go.
Why is he in the game?
Because I think he's the best. I think he's the best leader. No, I think he's the best leader right now. The leader.
What does that mean?
It just means more of the psychological aspect of where he kind of holds it together. I need to see how it's fully implemented with him before I'm going to just totally tuck and run.
Well, I mean, don't need to tuck and run. What's wrong with playing a second guy at times?
Because if you play the second guy and he does really well, let's be honest, he's not ever going to leave. You know that. That's what's going to happen.
Who's not going to leave?
Well, Kirk's not going to flip back and forth. It's once he makes that decision, it's going to be if Sully comes in, throws a couple touchdowns, and we win the game. Do you think he's going to go back to the bench? He's not going to go back to the bench.
What's your point?
Well, my point is, in order, I don't think even if you put Sully in at this point, you're going to have that much of a difference in terms of how everybody's reading these plays.
Well, how do we know that without seeing him in the game? And if he's better, then he's better. Then he shouldn't.
Because I think there's a lot more to it, Corey. This is a senior-laden team. You got a lot of people that you're going to divide a locker. This could happen.
Well, I'm going to tell you this: JJ McCarthy went and won a national championship because an incumbent, like Cade McNamara was at the time, got benched for a better quarterback. That's just the way it is. That's the way it is. That was a very veteran team led by a veteran quarterback in Cade McNamara, and here's a young gun that led him to roses. So, I mean,
I agree. But do we have the talent?
Think of it this way: that senior-laden team we're talking about, all they want to do is have a great season. If that means that Sullivan should be taking the snaps, they're going to be all for it.
I agree. I agree, Coach. And to a certain extent, I would go along with that theory, except for the fact of we don't have the talent around Cade or Sully to get the outcome that's going to be that big of a difference, I think, between the two at this point with a new system. So I just don't see it as, I don't see it as that great of a leap in what we would.
Okay, well, we lost our caller. If he gets back on, we'll add him back in. Don, you want to respond to the statements that he's making here? Because we'll get him back here in a second. His signal cut out there for a little bit, but
I would like to say this, Corey. Football is the last great democracy there is because the best players play the most. It doesn't matter whether you're black, white, or green. It doesn't matter how much money your parents have or whether they have any at all. What matters is you perform. You perform better than anybody else at your position. If you do that, you're what we call a starter. If you're second team, you'll play, unless you're a quarterback, I guess. You'll simply play less than the starter. Be ready for your opportunity. Running back's a good example. Tight end's a good example. You're going to play, but your role will be less significant than the starter. And the bottom line, if you're playing better than the starter, then we have the wrong guy starting. And the players understand that. Believe me, the players will rally behind Sullivan or Marco or Cade. It doesn't matter. They just want great performance out of their teammates. And it's just all about the team achieving their goals. And if you're an offensive lineman in your last year of football, you're just hoping and praying that the other 10 guys can play their position even better than you play yours. And they don't want to make in the huddle.
We've got a large investment in him right now, and I just haven't seen enough. I mean, today wasn't great. I'll admit it wasn't great, but I don't know.
What's the large investment? What's the large investment?
I think everybody looked at Cade, including me, as he was going to be a big difference maker, and I think they paid him a lot to bring him here too. I think just like Erica had said previously, Kirk had put a lot out. I mean, the guy got a suspended game for bringing him over here. I mean, we've invested a lot in this guy. And I know coming back from those sort of injuries, this is not something that you just magic wand. It's repaired within 2 to 3 weeks in game action.
Let's address what your statement just a second ago when you said there's a lot invested and you referred to what they got, what they paid him. Who cares what they paid him? Like they're not going to Just because they gave him more money than Sullivan, why does that mean he's the dessert? Like, oh, well, we gave all this money to him, so we better play him. Like, what kind of why would you?
I didn't mean it like that. What I'm saying is emotionally what they've invested in this guy and stuck with him through these injuries and tried to make sure they're with him. There's a lot of mental stuff involved here too that just doesn't involve the play you see on the field. And I think that's a fair statement. And I think that's a lot you have to take into consideration before you just go, I'm going to pull the plug, can him. I'm going to put in Sully, and no, I'm not saying you're saying that. No, I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying the point I'm trying to make is if Sully comes in and does wonderful, okay, I want him to do wonderful. Obviously, who doesn't? We want to win. The point is, I don't think we've seen what Cade can do to this point with not only recovering from these injuries, but we've also got this offense that we're trying to get established that is going to take a heck of a long time. And I think I don't know what they were thinking when Tim Lester came in, that we were going to have this huge turnaround. This didn't surprise me that we lost today. Hey, but we're going to be okay. But it's going to take time to work through this stuff, not this emotional gut reaction where everybody wants to jump off the cliff. That's just nonsense. This team always recovers.
I hope you're talking to everybody else, not me and Don, because
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to people that are in that state of mind where it's like, that's it. Cade sucks. This guy's the guy. This is it. Come on. Nobody knows.
All we're saying is we should take a look. That's all.
Yeah, and just for the record, Don and I have been calling to see both quarterbacks since before the season started.
Oh, yeah, and I would love to too.
Whether you agree with that or not, you have every right to your opinion. You have every right to think that Cade's psyche is too fragile. And if that's the case, in my opinion, this is my opinion, that if Cade's psyche is too fragile to not be able to deal with a little in-game competition, then he's too fragile and he needs to sit his butt on the bench anyways. And hey, he'll be a better person in the long run for losing the job, 2 different Power 5 jobs over the course of his college career. But let's talk about business for a second. This is a business. And if he's not ready to go, if Sullivan's a better option right now, then Sullivan needs to play. And if Cade is resilient enough and strong enough mentally, then if he gets back midway through the season and now he's the better guy, then he should be the guy. Like that's my opinion.
Well, I know, but when has that ever happened that we do multiple changes? Once a change happens, it just happens.
I know, and I know exactly that what I'm saying is completely counter to the Iowa way under Kirk. I get that. And what you're saying is more in line with Kirk. But I'm just saying I disagree with that. And I think you're probably right. It's probably not going to happen. It's probably not going to happen. But what I'm afraid of is, hey, especially as it relates to the playoff, yes, you got to focus on the next game. But now there's no margin for error. If that's really the goal, and it should be, with this schedule, it should be the goal. Should have been a goal week 1 through week 12. It should have been the goal to make the playoff with this schedule. But now they have no margin for error, with the exception being Ohio State. And they may not make it at 10-2. They may not make it at 10-2, but they have basically no margin for error now with this home loss to Iowa State. So I'm not saying you bench Cade, but I'm saying, hey, you got one more chance against a G5 opponent next week to give them both snaps. And Cade's no dummy. He knows that Brendan Sullivan was pushing him in fall camp. He's heard the outside noise that, hey, it sounds like Brendan was right there with Cade, and that's in line with everything I heard during August. So if he's that butthurt, for lack of a better word, with Brandon getting a few snaps against Troy next Saturday, then Don, would you say if he's that hurt about it, then he's not the guy that he's not strong enough a leader if he can't deal with a little in-game competition? That's my opinion. He's not strong enough a leader.
Very first meeting with the quarterbacks, I would go around the table and I would say, teach them individually. It's not about you, not about you, not about you, not about me. It's not even about Jeff Quinn, who was our head coach at Buffalo. I said, it is all about team, and if you don't understand that, we're not going to get along. So your job is to be better than everybody else in this room. If you're not, you're not going to be the starter. And if you're second best, be ready to play, because we're going to give you some playing time. Because if the starter goes down, you have to be ready. So those of you that are further down the depth chart, you got a different job. Your job's to be a great scout team quarterback, because you're our 4th quarterback. So get that done. And when our defense plays well on Saturday, you can take great satisfaction and how well our defense played because you're the guy that impersonated the opposing quarterback. Hope that makes sense to you. Football is all about the team. It's not about the individual. And if you might get your feelings hurt, then I'm sorry. This is big boy football. This is not Salvation Army, as Coach Frey used to say. This is all about the best players playing the most.
Yeah, but it's Coach, I hate to tell you this, but that's not Iowa's way. I agree with everything you said there, but that doesn't happen with Kirk Ferentz. So I'm just working in a world of reality, not what I want to happen. I want that to happen, obviously. Who doesn't? This is a big business. This is $1 million. We're talking just $1 million business here. This is a big deal. I get it.
Are you saying it's not that way at other positions, or just not that way at quarterback?
I just think that there's too many other factors that we're just not looking at. That's just, I can't just pinpoint one thing. I just see it more as he is thinking much like everybody else right now, not getting the reads out because there's so much going on that they're just not familiar enough to make this hit that next level yet. And it will happen if he doesn't get hurt. Just give it time, and I think it can happen. But I just think it's too early for a lot of these guys just to say, hey, like, this guy's going to be better than this guy. I don't think we really can tell that even yet because I haven't seen this offense fully implemented. I haven't seen a couple full seasons of Lester getting his guys in there. He's still dealing with his leftovers that aren't even going to be part of his scheme when he gets in. So you've got a lot of pieces that are moving still that we can't really cement and get a good foundational, 30,000 foot view at yet because it's not really the right fit of how this is going to be schemed and how this is going to be done. And these RPOs, and are these going to be the right guys you're going to do the RPOs to? I don't know. I just don't know yet. And so I just think that there's more to it than that. That's all. Do I want us to win? Obviously. Do I want the best guy in? Obviously. But I know our history. It's just very rare that something like that, a game like this, is going to have Kirk have a reaction to go, I'm going to put in the backup.
We're not disagreeing with. We are not disagreeing with this. This never was about what do we think Kirk is going to do. We're saying what we think should happen. We're not talking about
exactly
what should or will not do. So, anyways, thank you for the call, sir. I do appreciate it. And let me ask you: Were you a defender of Brian over the last 3 years?
Oh, no. I was the one that would always call and immediately demand that he step down. I thought with him and his dad, that was a bad hire from the get-go.
I was just curious.
I do think I wouldn't mind seeing Kirk. He could take another sick day on a weekend, and I'd like to see how we reacted. That would be a little bit of another indicator for me. I wouldn't mind that, and no offense to him. But, again, just like Erica had mentioned, how much is he dabbling in? I don't know. But it would be interesting to see how the team would respond because it looked like a different team compared to last week in many aspects. Similar on some, but different on others.
Well, we appreciate you calling in, sir. Enjoy the night sky.
You got it.
Thank you, sir. I understand where he's coming from as it relates to what Kirk is likely to do. I just don't agree with the premise that we got to wait. We got to wait on Cade. They got to play the best guy who's ready to play right now. And if Cade's not healthy, like the comment Kirk made in his press conference this evening, and I haven't heard it, but I saw it quoted, if Cade's not healthy, then I think Sullivan should be playing. Because I can't imagine a dinged up Cade is better than a Brendan Sullivan, who, didn't have great pieces around him at Northwestern, but was a 60+% passer at Northwestern and got solid reviews out of fall camp. But I'm not talking about pulling the plug. I just would like to see a couple different guys get a shot. All right. Let's see here. Let's go to Ryan. Ryan has been waiting a long time because he called in earlier, and I want to make sure you get your moment with Coach Patterson. So, Ryan, thank you for hanging out.
Good evening, guys. I guess it's not good, so kind of just trying to be polite. Anyway, thank you, Coach, for taking time once again. I thought of you a lot during this game, and from 92 to 98, I believe it was, when you were the OC under Hayden. One question I was just dying to ask you as I'm watching this game unfold, And the question is, have you ever had, like, I would probably venture to say your best non-running back offensive player was Tim DeWhite during that time frame, would be my guess. Not to put
I
words
would
in
say that's a good choice.
So, and I hope you know I'm going with the Luke Lachey angle here, but what if you just targeted Tim DeWhite during a rival game just once, and it was a bad pass, but you're not designing plays to make sure Tim DeWhite impacts the game? I'm thinking Luke Lachey, non-factor completely. He's an NFL tight end. Then you got Reese Vanderzee, who, of course, we don't know exactly what he is yet, but he sure looked good last week, and he was definitely worth drawing plays up for. As I mentioned to Corey earlier this evening, I saw Caleb Brown very late was a target on, a long pass.
Right.
But other than that, I mean, just like you would make darn sure Tim DeWhite is targeted so many times to impact the game, how did you feel about the personnel selection? Where, and I'm going to stop with this, Coach, but like when it's 3rd and 8 and you're on the 46-yard line, it's an obvious pass situation, and you would hope that you have a quarterback capable enough to give a talented enough chance to a talented wide receiver, and you can convert a 3rd and 8. We run the ball, and the sad thing is everybody in the stadium knew that's exactly what would happen. We would punt and hope to hold them off. From the standpoint of just personnel utilization, what are your thoughts on that, Coach? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan.
Well, the way Kirk has great faith in our defense, and he should. And he felt, and let's face it, we won a lot of games like this. He felt, let's burn clock, let's punt the ball the other in the field, and let's give our defense a chance to win the game. That's what he thought. I give Iowa State credit for moving the ball, getting it into long field goal range, and even then I thought we were going to win the game because I didn't think he'd make the kick. So hats off to Iowa State for being good enough to pull it off. And our defense will take it personally. They know they didn't have to let them get in field goal range, but they did. And I'd like to believe the offense surely better take it personally because we didn't burn enough clock as the game played out. Incidentally, with about 8 or 9 minutes left, I remember even realizing then it's going to come down to the end of the game. And my thought, since we had the lead, we need to burn clock a little bit earlier. I remember distinctly one time we snapped the ball with 20 seconds on the play clock. We had a chance to burn clock right there. We have what we call 4-minute offense. It doesn't mean, and that's designed to burn the clock as quickly as you can. Nothing says you can't start 4-minute offense at the 8-minute mark.
Yep.
If you're up by more than one score, it actually makes sense that you might. And we're not talking about doing anything other than being sure that we're eating up as much time between plays as we can. It doesn't affect the play call, and you're still trying to put together some first downs. You simply want to burn as much time as you can while you do string together a couple of 3 first downs. And if we had that, obviously a few seconds made a difference. If we'd have just burned 20 or 30 more seconds earlier in the game, then we'd probably been okay at the end. And that's a learning experience for our coaches and players. I'm sure the coaches will look back at it and think, we could have burned clock earlier in the game and made it even tougher for Iowa State to pull it out.
Katie, thank you for the kind comments in the chat. And let's go to our next caller on our Iowa Smokehouse line. We've got Ben. Welcome, Ben.
What's up, guys?
Yep. Don't pull that crap on the screen again, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know you're going to get banned the next time you do it. So if you do it again, you're going to get banned.
But I just want to know where the pressure was today from Phil Parker.
Okay. Pressure from Phil. Don?
We're a team that doesn't like to bring a lot of pressure. We get a lot of good results with our down 4. Let's not forget when we get into long yardage, usually our inside guys come out of the game and we play on 3rd and long. We play with 4 defensive ends, 4 outside rushers. So all 4 of those down guys are athletic enough to present problems to the blockers. Phil doesn't like the pressure. One of the strengths of our defense, of course, is hardly ever giving up a big play. Today we gave up a huge play. It was 7 points, and it took about 11 seconds or something. And right then, they're right back in the game. It goes from being a 2-score game to a 1-score game based on 1 play.
How about this comment from Justin? Go with the guy with another year left and upside. Don't go with the guy who's hit his ceiling. Don, you used to tell me sometimes if guys were neck and neck, you'd go with the younger guy because he's got more room for growth.
Coach Fry used to always remind us of that. Listen, if you're having a hard time making a decision, I would favor the younger guy simply because he has more time to get better. We already have a good idea about what the older player is going to do. And the message, believe me, the message got to the players. If you're the starter and you're the older player, you can't be as good as the backup. You got to be better than the backup. There shouldn't be any question. If there's a question, we should play the younger guy because he's got more upside than you do. The players understood that.
Jack with the super chat. Thank you, Jack. Coach, what would your approach have been to the drives in the 3rd quarter? So I'm guessing maybe just level of run versus pass. Or
3rd quarter. Let me just think back. The score, let's see, it was 19-7 with 5 minutes left in the 3rd quarter, right?
Yes.
So you're talking about the first part of the 3rd quarter or the last part? I'm not sure.
Yeah, because Iowa State marched down the field on the first drive of the second half and scored, didn't they?
I'm not sure. I have to go back and look.
Okay.
I think you're right. I think they did.
And that was the stolen pass from TJ Hall by Jalen Knoll.
It was definitely in the 3rd quarter because they drove to the north, right?
Yes.
And in the 4th quarter, they were driving to the south. So it was sometime in the 3rd quarter when they got their touchdown. I think that was a pretty legitimate drive, as I recall. They never really did have great field position, did they, Corey? I don't believe so.
I don't think Iowa gave them a short field all game. So
yeah.
Did you like the play calling in the 3rd quarter? Or did you feel it got a little too conservative when you're only up 13?
I can't remember that we were struggling to be consistent with our passing game, so I can understand they're probably a little hesitant to call more passes because we're not getting a lot of productivity out of the ones we're calling. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the thought process was. Of course, we were running the ball for decent yardage, so I'm sure they felt it's only a matter of time before we bust a big running play. But it didn't happen often enough, obviously.
All right, let's go to our next Iowa Smokehouse caller. We've got Corey on hold. Corey, looks like you're driving. Hope you're being safe.
Oh, my God, I'm on. Okay.
You're on, man. You're finally on.
Yeah, I'm almost to DeKalb, Illinois. But anyway,
Corey, what are those?
I wanted to. What's that?
I was going to ask you, Corey, what are those flashing lights behind your car, though?
Yeah.
There's some flashing lights coming up behind you.
Yes, hopefully it's not a trooper behind me. So I want to make this statement. I think if Iowa had Rocco Becht as quarterback, they would have hit on a lot more of those plays where there was receivers open, and I think Iowa would have won the game by probably 14 points. Just as an observer, the amount of accuracy, the difference in accuracy between quarterbacks today was significant. Now, you guys want to talk about changing the option of changing quarterbacks. My question would be, does Sullivan know the playbook? Because I know that he got a late start, and even Cade was talking about cramming to get the playbook in and understand it, even as recently as 3 weeks or a month ago. So my question is, is Sullivan even a viable option? Does he really even know the playbook and to its entirety? That, well, at least to the degree that Cade does, because that's, and then from there, trusting that Kirk doesn't see him as an option. I wanted to raise this question to you, Don, is how do you improve Cade's accuracy? We're a run, pass. So you get one pass per series on average. Look at some of the quarterbacks in NFL games where they're not throwing really accurately. They go to the 2-minute drill. Now all of a sudden they get into a rhythm. The offense starts to come together. And so, I guess I got a 3-part question. Number one is, do we know that Sullivan knows the playbook effectively enough to go in? Number two is trusting, if we trust Kirk and we think that he just sees Sullivan is not ready, then what's the best option if you're offensive coordinator to improve Cade's accuracy? Because it stood out like a sore thumb today, his inaccuracy. Receivers are getting open. Tight ends are not getting as open. There was a couple, but getting back to my question, what can be done to help Cade improve his accuracy? If he's our next, or if he's our best option, and he's got it.
Well, you're right about one thing.
Is it just in-game reps, or can we try some 2-minute drill type stuff to get him into a rhythm? That's my question for you, Don.
Well, tempo, of course, the fact that we're protecting the lead, some people would be openly wondering, why in the world would you want to go up tempo since you've got the lead? The clock is your friend. You simply are protecting a lead and you have a good defense. So why would you want to speed the game up? You couldn't help but notice when Iowa State had some success in that third quarter. I remember vividly they were driving to the north. They were playing tempo part of the time. They were snapping the ball quickly. They did get into a rhythm, and the tempo, the up tempo did help them, because I think Rocco got into a better rhythm when they speeded up play, and we got a little bit tired, and that was harder for us to substitute because they were playing quickly and we couldn't get caught with too many people on the field, that type of thing. So I think it did help. It did help Rocco to be able to change tempo. It worked in their favor. They seemed to get in a better groove with a faster pace of play. It paid off. It was a risk they took. But let's face it, if you're playing from behind, there's two reasons to try to speed up play. One is maybe get in a better rhythm. The other is simply to give yourself more time to catch up.
Yeah. And Erica, thank you for the super chat. Hey, everyone, Cade's feelings are going to be hurt if we play Sully. She says, give me a flipping break. That's garbage. So Erica not holding back and then adding this super chat. Thank you, Erica. Don't be a P4 QB if you are scared of competition. So I appreciate that. Anything else, Corey?
I guess my response is, and my not challenging Don's answer, but challenging the way the game was played out today. Remember when Seth Wallace last week said, I told the guys we need to pick up the pace, and we increased our pace, and they played totally differently in the second half because they did increase their pace and they got into a rhythm. And that's my question to you, as Don, is what can be done to I guess maybe better term, put it in better terms. What can be done to get this offense into a better rhythm, and then namely the passing game and the accuracy? But I think it all comes with rhythm. And what you gotta be. I'm sorry, you gotta be down to go into a 2-minute drill or a better pace of offense, or can you do it when you're up? Because you got to try something to get into a better rhythm, and that's just, what can be done rather than sitting there feeling as though you're just stuck accepting failure, and well, we haven't done anything good lately, and well, we're just going to keep doing the same thing and hope that for a different result. What can be done with, say, we're not changing from Cade? What can be done to help our offense and help our quarterback get into a rhythm, get his accuracy back, or whatever? What else can be done? And it's an open-ended question for you. And then for Erica, lastly, she wants a Hayden Fry story. I planted a seed of thought last week. Don't know if you were watching, but Phil Seuss and Pete Gales as quarterbacks, and Gordy Bohannon. There's 3 of those guys in like 79 that all got a fair number of snaps. And oh my goodness, I'm getting hit with a laser. Anyway, so again, open-ended question for you, Don. What are some ideas that you would try as offensive coordinator to try to get a better flow and better accuracy out of the quarterback? And then lastly is planting a seed of thought for a Hayden Fry story. If it could involve Phil Seuss, Pete Gales, and Gordy Bohannon, and that whole trio of quarterbacks that all played in one season in 79 or 78, one of the two.
Thank you, Corey. Drive safe back to DeKalb, okay? I'm working after your question, but drive safe back.
Watch out for those lasers, too.
Yeah, watch out for the lasers. All right. Thanks, Corey. Good stuff.
Well,
Don, you want
one
to
thing that comes to mind, Corey, if your quarterback is struggling to move the offense, one thing you can do, exactly what Iowa State did there in the third quarter, they introduced tempo into it, and they seem to get into a better rhythm. If you're going to do that, though, obviously, you better come up with plays that are going to move the chains, because you're going to look kind of foolish if you were 3 and out and you only burned 28 seconds on the clock. Now, if you're playing from behind, you don't mind that it was a short possession, because maybe at least you'll have one more possession at the end of the game. But the bottom line, talking about throwing mechanics, I'm sure this will make sense to you, Corey. The game happens so fast, quarterbacks at that point don't really have time to think about their mechanics, right? When you're playing second base and you're turning a double play, you don't think about exactly how I'm going to turn the double play. You just do it. And so that comes to mind for me with quarterbacks. They need good mechanics, but they obviously you try to give them plays that are going to have a good chance of success, if only because it'll breed their confidence. And of course, if you string together 6 or 8 completions, at some point they feel like they're all going to be caught, and it kind of gives them a better chance to get in that mode where they are playing great football. And obviously we struggle with that today. And the main reason we struggle with it is we were conflicted. We wanted to burn the clock, and yet maybe we thought about going tempo to speed up our play because we weren't executing well enough to make first downs. The risk you take, of course, you look kind of foolish if you're 3 and out.
Folks, we're going to take one more 30-second break, and our final stretch of the show here. We're going the long haul as we pass the 3.5-hour mark. The final stretch of Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson coming up after a word from our sponsor. Casmium believes every young athlete deserves a shot at greatness. By making data analytics accessible and easy, they provide a new way for coaches and athletes to improve their game. Casmium's digital scoring app, all-in-one stats, and chart software enable teams to quickly and easily find new ways to strategize and harness the power of data. Join Casmium in revolutionizing the world of youth sports with tools that make a difference. Schedule a software demo or sign up today at Casmium.com. Casmium, where sports technology sparks victory. Very intriguing stuff from Casmium, Don. I just love that they're a part of this post-game show because they are changing the way teams approach analytics even at the high school levels, specifically with baseball, but working into some other sports as well. So it's certainly, folks, if you've got connections to high school athletics, or maybe you just want to tell your local coach, your local program about Casmium and how they really just revolutionized the power of having data and accessing that data and translating that data to something practical, certainly check it out. Casmium. Again, Don, a couple things before we leave. We do have a couple callers here to finish the show off, but I want to run through a couple things because I had notes written down and we've hit a number of these. But let me just run through my final game notes because we're 3.5 hours into the show. We might as well do that now. First of all, Reese Dakin comes out there, a couple really nice punts. But this comment in the chat, I think, is particularly interesting because I agree with David. I disagreed with this as well. Letting the play clock go all the way down and taking the delay of game instead of taking the extra 5 yards of field position for Reese Dakin prior to the fourth down, basically, is what we're talking about, Don. Kirk took the delay of game instead of calling a timeout with 39, 40 seconds, whatever it would have been. He took the extra second.
I didn't realize that. I thought he did burn the timeout.
No, he did not.
Why not? Because we had 3 timeouts.
He took the delay of game.
I didn't realize we backed up 5. I missed that.
Let me double check that. Let me just double check that since we're having the conversation.
Well, if you remember it that way, that's probably what happened, Corey, because you were maybe the announcers even said, I'm surprised they took the delay.
Well, what happened, remember, Don, what happened is it went all the way down to 38, and then the official said reset the game clock to 40, and the commentators on TV said, oh, that's surprising they didn't put it to 39. And so
But Kirk didn't take a timeout?
Let me double check this. So second final Iowa possession of the game, if you don't count the very last one. Yeah, delay of game. I've just confirmed it. Delay of game on 4th and 8 at the Iowa 46.
Wow. To my knowledge, I think at that point we had all 3 timeouts, I think. I don't think we used one second half.
Yeah, they had timeouts. That wasn't the issue.
Yeah.
So my question is to you, why would you take the delay of game there?
It doesn't make sense that you would.
Because Reese Dakin is not punting that. They were at the 43, so he's not going to punt at 62 yards. So why wouldn't you want those extra 5 yards of field position? They ended up punting, I think, just around the 20? Is that where the punt ended up?
22. 37-yard punt to the 22.
And so that's not a great punt, but it was also, my thought was, well, boy, it'd be nice to be inside the 20. My thought was initially with 3rd and 8 or 4th and 8, I'm thinking, okay, let's get this thing inside the 15, inside the 10. But then you take the delay of game and a mediocre punt, and all of a sudden they got the ball outside their own 20-yard line.
Yeah. I don't have a good explanation for you. The logical thing to do would be run the clock down, timeout with 1 second on the play clock.
That's good stuff. I'm glad, David, thank you for bringing that up, and thank you for being a premium member. That's good stuff. And I had that. Did I have that in my notes? Let's see if I had that in my notes. I may not have. I did not. So that's a good catch. A couple things that I had down besides Reese Dakin. We talked about Caleb Johnson, untouched on the touchdown early in the first quarter. Great run. Obviously, huge gap, huge hole. I thought it was interesting. Iowa State decided to fair catch at the 4. You know, you talk about heels on the 8. What do you call it? What was the old?
Oh, yeah. You're right. Now, I think the punt returner was – it used to be heels on the 10, don't back up. Well, then they moved it to Hills on the 8-0 backup. I think most people still don't really want you to field the ball inside the 8. But after being down on the 1, especially with a little bit of north wind, I'm pretty sure at that point Matt said, if you have the fair catch on the 5, do it, because I'm tired of being on the 1-yard line.
North end zone false starts. I have to think that had something to do with the noise down there.
Absolutely.
Second quarter, missed opportunity. We talked about the red zone opportunities. Roughing the passer on Higgins, I thought it was a bad call. It was Iowa State's first, quote-unquote, earned, wasn't really earned, but their first real first down. He's going for the ball. He's trying to knock the ball down, and he happens to hit Rocco in the helmet, and they call that a blow to the head. I think it's a weak call, personally. I think it's a weak call. Gary Danielson I have a lot of respect for Gary Danielson. He's said some weird things during this game, Don. One of them being in the second quarter, Cade McNamara flushes out of the pocket, throws it into the 5th row, and Gary Danielson says, well, that's got to be grounding. They got to talk about that being grounding. I'm like, he's out of the pocket. He threw it 15 yards down the field. And then he says, I guess he's allowed to do that. I'm like, do you know the rules?
That's surprising that Gary. I've always thought he was one of the better analysts.
I have a lot of respect for Gary. Go back and watch that, Don, because that was second quarter. I thought it was an odd gaffe on his part. First Iowa State first down earned was at the 5-minute mark in the second quarter. That's how good Iowa's defense was in the first half. Incredible. He did not have a bigger lead than 13-0 at halftime. Another missed opportunity inside the 5. McNamara misses wide open Jacob Gill in the corner of the end zone. And then again, the roughing the punter on Devin Hilson late in the quarter nearly cost them 3 more points. Third quarter, terrible throw, terrible decision by Cade McNamara, throwing it into double coverage. Even if the first guy doesn't catch it, he's running Lachey into a wall. Bad decision, bad throw. As I mentioned, Jaden Higgins beating Hall on the 3rd and goal, touchdown, huge play, rips it out of Hall's hands. Mentioned going for 2. I had that written down. Going for 2 up 19-7, 5 left in the 3rd. Fourth quarter, another underthrow by McNamara on the Caleb Brown go route. Maybe a touchdown. Gary Danielson sure thought it was a potential touchdown. It ends up being incomplete. And then, I mentioned the field goal. The wind is a valid point, and you brought that up. The wind at the end of the game, I just had no hope in the world that Iowa was going to complete a Hail Mary pass. So,
as you know too, Corey, when you're that far removed from the goal line, hard for me to imagine that Iowa doesn't have these kind of same plays. There are plays designed to be thrown into soft coverage, and then you start the game of allowing the ball all over the place, and that doesn't have much chance to work either. But let's face it, the odds are stacked against you whatever you do. And we used to drill those. We actually had a good play that I can't really talk about it on the air, but a really good play that was designed. And I saw it came within a hair of working. It was a game Oklahoma State. I think Oklahoma State was on offense. But bottom line, you throw the ball kind of over the middle, and then you lateral it to a guy that's going across the field. And then what people aren't aware of is you work down the field, and when you're about to get tackled, you lateral to a teammate who's trailing you. And then if maybe one more teammate, and then if you can get that done, then you throw the ball all the way back across the field. And I've seen it only done one time in football, but it didn't work. And the Oklahoma State guys run down the other sideline, gets bumped out of bounds like on the 3-yard line or something. They almost pulled it off. It's a very well-conceived play. We used to practice it at UConn. We never had to use it in a game. I don't know that we could have pulled it off, but I have seen Oklahoma State almost pull it off. I bet you Mike Gundy can talk about that play right now because I'm sure he hadn't forgot it.
Let's see here.
My point is that was another option for us rather than trying to throw the ball in the end zone when we couldn't get it there.
John wants to know if they have quality control coaches that are watching the clock after the first down, right after the 2-minute warning. It took them 16 seconds to roll the game clock. That was a killer. I didn't notice that either. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I don't know, John, if there's a specific coach assigned coaches in general, the really good ones, they do pay close attention to the play clock versus the game clock, and maybe as a head coach you might not catch it, but maybe somebody on your staff does. There have been times when I would at the first opportunity explain to the referee, if you go back and check, the game clock got wound too late. You know, they ended up, I'm sorry, the play clock, they ended up burning more of the clock than they deserved because the play clock was reset too late. Shouldn't happen. And they can go back, and if you can get them to research that, they can go back and probably verify whether or not it happened. They have that capacity to do that. Because they got so many different cameras. It's kind of hard to imagine that there's not a camera on a game clock, even at the same time that the team's huddling up or whatever. But as far as the guy on the bench that's specifically looking for it, maybe not. In general, they do a good job. But some places, I'll give you an example. It happened to me. We were playing at Southern Illinois. They had one last drive. They beat us on the last play of the game. And I was confident. I went to the AD, and I said, I know for a fact that we got cheated on the clock. He said, how do you know that? I said, because every play in their game-winning touchdown drive, every play had a clock stoppage. So you can measure the length of every play, and to make a story shorter than it has to be, maybe their drive was 10 plays. Maybe it took 52 seconds to get in those 10 plays. But when I was able to go back and measure how much time should have gone off the clock on each and every one of those 10 plays, it amounted to 65 seconds, let's say. So I was able to document we got cheated. They were giving the home team more time to complete that last drive. The game should have ended a couple of plays earlier. Maybe they would have beaten us, but they'd have had to do it from the 18-yard line rather than the 5. And the commissioner wasn't very happy with me, but I'll tell you what happened. This was one of our better teams. It was our only loss in the regular season other than LSU. It was that same year. And the commissioner was mad at me, and she said, well, what do you want out of me? And I said, here's what I would like out of you. Patty Viverito's her name. I said, I would simply like a statement from your office saying that the clock operator at Southern Illinois affected the outcome of the game. And then go ahead and, I've already given you the documentation. You can document these plays all had a clock stoppage. It was an incomplete pass. It was somebody out of bounds. It was a timeout. Every last play had a clock stoppage. Just as a lot of those plays on that last Iowa State drive had a clock stoppage. Right there, we're getting out of bounds. So I said, you can document it. And all I want from you is a statement saying, we might need this to be able to get in the playoffs. And so I want you to back me up. It should not have happened. We shouldn't have the loss. It might be the difference in getting or not getting in the playoffs. Well, the good news, we won out anyway. We went in the playoffs with those 2 losses, one to LSU, who won the national title that year. Another one where we got robbed at Southern Illinois. It can happen. So the point is, but the bad news is I had a suspicion that they cheated us during the game, but I couldn't prove it. But then when we had the time to go back and measure how long all the snaps should have taken, I was able to document they cheated us maybe as much as 15 seconds.
BJ says, why is everyone benchable under Kirk on both sides of the ball, but not the quarterback?
BJ, that's a good question. I wish I thought of that. That's a good question.
YouTube Sucks says, does Caleb Johnson at all remind you of Tavian Banks?
Not really.
Okay. We'll just leave it at that.
Tavian could cut on a dime. And as we've talked about, Caleb is a different back. He's more of a glider. He's more like Dickerson.
Kerry says, Coach B, when you coach quarterbacks, how did you help a quarterback with confidence issue? With the confidence issue, Cade knows what to do, but the pressure seems to be too much.
Well, you've got to make practice more like the game. You've got to. I'll give you a specific example. You remember the name Chuck Hartley?
Yeah.
Chuck Hartley. He was a 2-time All Big Ten quarterback, right? First team All Big Ten. When Chuck was finished up, he was still in school in the spring. And one day I went to Chuck and I said, I got a question for you, Chuck. We're getting ready to start spring ball. I'm curious, when we script plays for practice, how much help would it be if we changed the defense with every play? Because in the old days, we didn't do that. We'd have, if it was an 8-play set, the one offense would be out there for 8 plays in a row, then they'd rotate with the twos. But maybe on those 8 plays, 4 of them was one particular defense, and the next 4 plays were another particular defense. Well, the only problem with doing it that way, kind of a lazy way to script, that's not how the game plays. So that next fall, when I was doing all the scripting, we changed the play. We changed the defense with every play. We made it more game-like, and it gave the quarterbacks a better chance to rehearse the game. And they openly commented to me, and we had all Big Ten quarterbacks too. Matt Rogers, you might recall, was a 2-time all Big Ten quarterback. Matt Sherman was another really good quarterback that played for us. Ryan Driscoll also had a lot of good moments. And I think every last one of them would tell you what helped us a little bit was making the practice more like a game. You need to make it as game-like as possible. And then they recognized, my God, they're changing defenses on me every snap. I've really got to lock in as to what I'm doing, but I'm able to handle it. I'm adjusting to each and every defense. It is game-like. Ohio State's going to play a lot like our scout team's playing. They're going to be doing it with better players, but at least we're doing our best we can to impersonate the game. And that's where you get better preparation, is the practice is more like the game. That would help, Cade. Maybe they're doing that already. It's something I'm sure they're thinking about doing because it wouldn't benefit Cade. It would benefit everybody on offense and defense if the practice was more like the game. Hope that makes sense.
Okay, we're going to go quick fire on these last couple calls because we are nearing the 4-hour mark of this losing show. We've got, first of all, this comment, Eric, in the chat. You answer this question, Don. I'll let you take it. Why in the world would you put in Jazz Patterson when you have Johnson over 200 yards? First of all, Johnson didn't even 200 yards rushing. He had 187 yards rushing. But answer that question, Don.
Well, the first game we ever coached at Western Illinois, we went up to Northern Illinois, and of course we weren't supposed to beat them. And I'm convinced one of the reasons we beat them that day, their star running back ran for 200 yards against us. But the good news, he was shot. He couldn't finish the game. He was tired. It was a hot day. We beat him at the end, and we jokingly said, well, the smartest thing we did is let the running back run for 200 because we wore him out, and then he had to sit on the sideline and watch us pass him up. So the point is, there's an expression we used to use, fatigue makes cowards of us all. Well, if you're a tired running back, you got to leave the game because you're going to turn the ball over. You're not going to run with as good of ability as what you need. You need to put in the other back that's almost as good as you are. Keep that first back in there, and that'll make a difference.
All right, let's go to our final 3 callers of the day. We'll go quick fire on these. Midwest Storm Chasing is with us. Welcome to the show, sir.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're doing good. How you doing?
Good. Hey, so I understand a little bit of everybody's after Cade right now, but I was looking at some stats earlier, and so this is a 10:37 minute mark of I think the second quarter. So this is our play calling. It's Kamari Moulton run for a loss of 1 yard at the Iowa 14. Then next play, Kamari Moulton run for 3 yards at the Iowa 17. Cade McNamara pass incomplete, punt. Scroll down. This would be the third drive of Iowa's third quarter play, and you got Caleb Johnson run for 3 yards at the 28. Caleb Johnson run for no gain at the 28. Cade McNamara pass incomplete, punt. Okay, next drive. Caleb Johnson run for no gain at the Iowa 13. Caleb Johnson run for a loss of 2 yards at the Iowa 11. Cade McNamara pass incomplete. Next drive. Caleb Johnson run for a loss of 3 yards at the Iowa 34. Cade McNamara pass complete to Caleb Johnson for 3 yards, and then Cade McNamara pass incomplete. I see Corey smiling already, but this is what I'm going to get to. if you got to put your quarterback in a position where he has to make a 3rd and 10 play on 3rd down, 99% of the chance the defense is going to be looking, okay, they're obviously going to pass. I mean, I feel like there's missed opportunities for not trying to take more shots because, even like the pass complete to Caleb Johnson, it's a 3-yard pass. I mean, it's probably a check down. I mean, and then you have to expect your player to make a play to get a 1st down. I just don't. I just feel like these are very low probability 1st down calls for Iowa. Like I sent in some super chats earlier about the time management, and I feel because there's no one that's going to tell me that Iowa's defense or Iowa's offense this year is worse than last year, even if they had 300.
Yeah, it's too early to say, but no, it's not going to be as bad as it was last year. It's already
right. Because just today they had 303 yards. They had a terrible, terrible second half. But they had a total of 303 yards, which, I mean, Iowa last year, you're lucky if you hit 200.
Right.
I mean, that's being nice too. I mean, I'm a diehard Iowa Hawkeye football fan, but that's kind of the facts of the matter. I mean, you can butcher Kate. Everybody can butcher Kate all you want, but I mean, if you're gonna make a quarterback make plays on 3rd and 10 when the defense is expecting pass, I mean, what do you expect? I mean, it's harder. It's 3 times harder than trying to throw that play action pass on 2nd down or 1st down even.
Don, you're a play caller. Can they be a little bit more innovative on 1st down, or we get a little bit predictable on 1st down today?
Yeah, we can have a better blend of run and pass on early downs. And probably one reason we were doing that is we're burning clock again. We're hoping we don't have to throw the ball on 3rd down. But after 1st and 2nd down, we need 8 yards. Well, good luck. Incidentally, I don't think we ever did run a draw play, did we, in the game? Draw plays, of course, are always worth considering at least. I'm not really sure why I don't know that we missed out on a great opportunity to run a draw play.
I think they
sure
ran one draw early in the 1st half, I believe.
And then
one thing for sure, and it's kind of like calling plays. I remember the joke used to be, Coach Fry, and it's not true, but the joke was Coach Fry would call a draw play on 2nd and 10, and then he would tell me upstairs, be ready for a 3rd down call. I'm thinking, thanks a lot. It's 2nd and 10, and we don't know that the draw play is going to go anywhere. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but if it doesn't, you're at least alerting me that I need to make a call on 3rd down. You don't mind that, but it kind of supports your point. Who wants to play all day? Who wants to call plays all day on 3rd and long? Who wants to play quarterback all day on 3rd and long? Neither one of them is very, very easy. The cards are kind of stacked against you on both play calling and let's face it, if you can call plays on 3rd and long and they all be converted more than half the time, then I think you'd be a good play caller and you'd have a good quarterback, because it's not easy to convert when the down and distance is working against you. You're exactly right.
And the next thing is, so what'd Cade make? Correct me if I'm wrong, 3, maybe 4 poor passes, a couple underthrows. I mean, was the worst of it. I mean, he threw that pick early in the 3rd quarter, but I mean, quarterbacks make mistakes, but I mean, you're talking maybe that one underthrow and that one miss in the touchdown. But other than that, I mean, he didn't have a terrible game. And then so you bring in Brendan Sullivan, and no one said ever from the coaches or anything that said Brendan Sullivan's playing better than Cade. Maybe on par. They might have said on par, but no one ever said he's playing better. So that's why I'm saying, like, if you bring in the secondary quarterback, yeah, it gives him reps, but
what does that got to do with who cares? Who cares if he was playing better than him in practice? If they were on par with one another, then why shouldn't they both get a chance in the game? If they were both on par with one another. I
see what you're saying, but my biggest thing is that Cade's played with the ones. Like, I get that I feel like you definitely want to see Brendan Sullivan in.
I wanted to see him last week.
I want the best possible quarterback play. That's what I want.
And I will say that I think Brendan would have been a big deal today because I think he's probably 2 times better than Cade on his feet. And I think that's Iowa's offense's biggest downfall is that we don't have a super mobile quarterback, because there's plenty of times, if you just go back and watch the game today, you'll see that there is times that Cade could have ran and easily probably would have got the first down, but instead he threw it away or threw a check down that went nowhere. So there were so many opportunities for bigger plays that were balls thrown away or check downs that went nowhere. And that's why I agree with you, Corey, because I think that that's why I'm going to play into this, because I think Brennan would be a better quarterback for the situation, just because even if he's not as accurate as Cade, even if he's not, but he is more mobile. I think that is a gimme thing for Iowa, because no one expects Iowa to call, oh yeah, QB draw, or you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. I got to let you slide because I got to get to the next caller.
Yeah.
But
thank you guys, by the way.
Thank you for hanging out so long and for your super chats. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I agree. I mean, and again, auditioning a guy is nothing wrong with that, Don, right? In a game.
Well, the caller made this comment. He said, we don't have a super mobile quarterback. And my response to that would be, we don't have one, we actually have two. They're our second and third quarterbacks.
Yeah.
They are more mobile. To those that are maybe looking down their nose at Sullivan, I recall this. Sullivan's pass efficiency last year at Northwestern was 140. Now, for those that don't know about pass efficiency, that's a good high number. Matter of fact, it's a lot higher than Cade's was last season. And I realized Cade was less than 100% in the early season. But the point is, he was in for 98 snaps, 98 passes, I should say, last fall. He threw 2 picks. He demonstrated last fall that he understands protecting the ball. And he's a good runner. So all I'm suggesting is we need to find out for sure who's better than who. The only way to do that is to see them. You always heard me say, Corey, equal snaps versus equal opposition. That's how you find out which player is the best.
Second to last caller, we'll go to Sked here, who is hanging out with us. How you doing, sir?
Hey, we're doing good. Thanks for having me on, Corey and Coach. So I'll keep this quick because I know it's been a very long day. Going back to a couple of the game management and clock management stuff going on with Kirk. A couple of things actually I thought, and I apologize if you guys touched base on this at some point and I missed it, but the timeouts that Kirk took at the end of the first half when I was on offense, when Haylarge got that the fullback / tight end carry on the 3rd and short, and he got the first down. There were 2 timeouts that Iowa took on right after that play, and then after the second down run that went for basically no gain, I think. And I remember the CBS announcers got confused because they thought Iowa State had called the timeouts because it would make sense because Iowa State needs time on their last possession, but yet Iowa was using them and then gave Iowa State time for that last possession to even happen. Now, it didn't matter because obviously the kicker doinked the field goal, so it didn't matter at the end of the day. But that last possession should have had very little time at all for Iowa State on that final possession at the end of the first half. That was one really bad error, I thought, by Iowa.
Well, you remember time out with some time still on the play clock.
Yeah, exactly.
100% agree with you, caller.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize that. I thought Iowa State called those timeouts. I actually made the comment to someone I was listening to, watching the game with. I said, that's a good call if you're Iowa State, because Iowa's at the goal line. They can take their time here with a minute to go. And, so for Iowa to call a timeout makes no sense at all.
I thought it was Iowa State, and I double-checked the play-by-play as it was happening because I know Chad Lysakow pointed it out on Twitter saying Iowa called the timeout, and he confirmed it as well. And so that was really bizarre. And then the second one, just real quick, just so I know, Coach, you had mentioned that there was a little bit more wind, and there was actually a little bit of wind there in the stadium, and it kind of helped Iowa State there at the end of the game. Well, Iowa State got the ball to start the second half, so Iowa should choose what direction they want to be going in the fourth quarter. Then shouldn't they be?
Yeah, you're exactly right. Think about this. I can't get into the actual analytics relating to this, but just for the sake of argument, if you wanted, you can do it one of 2 ways. Let's imagine you decided the 2 quarters that are the most important in this game are the first and fourth quarters. Is there any way you can engineer it so that you have the win in both quarters? The answer is yes, you can. Let me explain. If you win the toss, you can defer.
Right.
When you defer, what's the other team going to do?
They're going to receive.
they're going to take the ball.
Yes.
Great. I want the win in the first quarter anyway because I've decided that's one of the 2 most important quarters.
Right.
Okay, now let's go to halftime. You deferred, so now it's your choice. You choose to take the ball to start the second half.
Correct. Yeah.
What do teams do? They choose to take the wins.
Mhm.
That's what we want them to do because we want the win in the fourth quarter. You're
Right.
exactly right.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
So
Exactly.
real quick, just run through this. People realize what we're talking about.
Yep.
Iowa gets down, a minute 35 to go, Don.
Mhm.
They run Hayden Large for 2 yards for a first down. By the way, people don't realize clock stops in college on first downs. Minute 33, 1st and 10 at the ISU 3, Don.
Okay.
Timeout, Iowa.
Doesn't make sense because, well, first
Let's
off, if we were about to run out of time before we run out of downs, we could take a timeout on second or third down.
Yeah.
Right.
You're going to call a time. By the way, if you're going to call a timeout in that situation, like from a schematic standpoint, then you would let some time run off the clock first because calling a timeout in that situation with a minute and a half is actually helping Iowa State. But that's not what they were doing. They were
So the
clearly.
timeout was actually taken early?
Hold on. They were trying.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they had the first down with Hayden Large with a minute 35, and they called the timeout with a minute 33.
Right.
Then, with a minute 30, Cade McNamara passing complete, 2nd and goal at the 3. LaShawn Williams runs no gain, timeout Iowa with a minute 21 to go on 3rd and goal.
Exactly.
What
And
are we
we're lucky
doing?
it didn't. We're lucky it didn't bite us at the end of the half because
What are we
they
doing?
were in field goal range, right?
Who is giving the advice to the head coach on going for 2, on calling timeouts? I have been complaining about game and clock management with this program for years, and it does not get better, Don.
I would say this. At UConn, Bob Diaco was our head coach, former player.
Yep.
I gave Bobby his first job at Western Illinois, and he told me, he said, "You're my assistant head coach, and I want you, anytime there's any issue at all with the clock, you're the guy that's going to tell me when to take the timeouts because I know I can trust you to crunch the numbers better than anybody else." We never had any issues with clock management. The year after I retired, they got fired in large part because they blew it against Navy. It was a horrible clock management thing at the end of the half, end of the game, and they ended up getting fired over it. And frankly, they deserved to get fired because they basically shot themselves in the foot.
Don, what I don't understand, like I understand the controversial stuff, the 50-50 stuff, whatever. Like I'm just going to be like, okay, they disagree with me, fine. But
Some of them are indefensible, though.
I'm trying to figure out how this is defensible. I'm trying to figure out why on 3rd and goal at the Iowa State 3 with a minute 21, even if you run a pass play with 1 on the clock, you still have like 30 seconds left in the half for 4th down.
Right.
Yeah.
How are you calling a timeout?
And
that's just
exactly.
stupid. There's another way to. It's stupid. I don't know how else to describe that.
And I'll just say this: like Iowa State has not exactly been a great program under Matt Campbell in the sense of winning one possession games. And Matt Campbell's had his own clock management issues for sure. But honestly, Iowa just hand gifted him that possession at the end of the half. They quite frankly
I'm
just
so
did.
glad you called in because I didn't like I say. I'm pretty sure CBS said that Iowa State called the timeouts.
They did to start. Yes, they did. Yeah, exactly.
They just assumed that was to stop the clock.
Exactly.
Even the people who were controlling the CBS cast knew that there's no way a reasonable offense would call the timeout in that situation. That is incredible. That is incredible ability to screw something up late in the half. That is incredible. And I tell you what, I'm not there each and every week, but there are times during the season where I wish I could be there for press conferences because that's something that I think has to be asked. You've got to ask the head coach, why? Let me run through these plays, coach.
Yeah.
Why are you explain the logic to me? I just want someone to explain it to me. I'm not asking you a gotcha. I'm not asking you a gotcha question. I just want you to explain the logic behind your behavior. That's all I want. Just explain the logic. Oh my goodness. Anyways, anything else, Colin?
No, that was pretty much it. Thank you guys, and appreciate having me on.
You're very observant.
Rest your night.
Thanks. Appreciate the phone call. Good stuff. Jim, Hawkeye marching band dominated the Cyclone band today. Don, I think somebody earlier today, I'm kind of taking this comment and going to something else. Someone earlier today said they wanted to see me lose it. And I think it took 4 hours, but I've
But you
lost.
finally did.
I figured out a way to lose it. Okay. I appreciate that calling. That's it. Don, you know me well enough to know those are the things that drive me absolutely nuts.
Right. Because they're preventable.
Wow. I'm in awe when you look at the play-by-play. Go back and watch that, Don. I know you will. Go back and watch it. Tell me that's not incredible. All right, let's go to Shadow Wookin, our final caller of the day, our Iowa Smokehouse line.
Hey, thanks for
I've used up my debate skills, so this better be an amicable call.
Oh, that's pretty good. I think you'll like it. All right, so you got Cade McNamara progressively has gotten worse since he first played, not his first year. But if you look at his stat year by year, progressively is continually declining. Are we going to go with he had one good fluke year, or he's playing injured and we just need to keep him the benefit of the doubt before we move on? Someone made a comment about the quarterbacks not getting to play. In both case scenarios in Kirk Ferentz's history, where there was a quote-unquote QB issue, the better quarterback was on the bench for too long. Brad Banks, C.J. Beathard, and they got a try, and he went back to the bad quarterback. J.J. Rudick went to Michigan, and C.J. Beathard had to threaten to leave or transfer if he didn't get to start. Ferentz went with Beathard, and J.J. went to Michigan. And then Kyle McCann, Brad Banks is the other one. Our punter had the same punting average as their backup, ISU's backup punter. When that running into the kicker happened, their starting punter went out. Their backup punter.
Well, hold on. They played 2 punters last week, just for this.
Okay, all right.
So he
didn't play after that. To my knowledge, he didn't play after that, but I might be around that. I'll double check that. Either way, we averaged 40-yard punt. We needed to get 60 yards, and then we take a false start, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
they have a kicker. They have a kicker who missed at the end of the first half.
Start, delay a game. It was a delay a game.
Okay, yeah, but a 5-yard penalty. You're right. They had a kicker who missed at the end of the first half. We had 3 timeouts, and we don't ice the kicker at all. We just let him kick. We do not. 3 timeouts. We're holding 3 in the chamber.
The only thing I'll say to that, can you call all 3 back to back to back in college, Don?
I'm not sure anymore. Those kind of rules sometimes get changed from year to year, so I'm not sure what the rule is.
Yeah, T. Hink says you can only call 1 now. The reason I bring this up is because as he was lining up for that kick, I was thinking, hey, in 2014, Iowa got burned. Remember? Kirk called a timeout to ice the kicker. The kicker missed the first
kick, and he made the next one.
Made the second. So I wonder if that wasn't going through Kirk's mind in that moment. A little bit of deja vu. I thought this game was very similar to last year in Jack Trice, Don. Not completely, not holistically, but Jazz Patterson had a big day, knocked off a couple of big runs. Iowa got up 2 to 3 scores in the first half. Iowa State works their way back. The difference was it came down to a final possession last year for Iowa State, and Iowa held them. It was very similar.
Very. Cade's numbers were almost identical to a T. They're almost identical. And our running back had more yards this year. And then someone was talking about why wouldn't you have Jazz in instead of KJ? KJ can't run. And also with Tavian Banks. He doesn't have the breakaway speed. He literally can't. If you look, he hit the open hole on his second one. They ended up getting a touchdown. He actually got ran down in pursuit.
Well, I think pursuit angle. Well, I don't necessarily agree with that because I think he's the best breakaway runner in this room.
You think so?
Yes.
Oh, that's actually.
You're talking about the one toward the south end when he was running.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking. Yeah. He got pursuit angled.
I wasn't a little surprised. It looked like by then. Yeah. Of course, you got to realize he'd already run for 100 and something yards.
No, that's what.
I think he was a little bit
comment you made about getting tired actually clicked really good. I think he was tired or something then the one thing another thing is Wetjen. He didn't try to make an offensive or not offensive. He never tried to juke anyone. He just ran out of bounds on kick return or punt return. Why is that?
No.
He didn't juke or anything. Week 1, he did. He made it was my favorite part of week 1. Like he was juking people, running them back. This one, he literally just ran out of bounds. Like I don't get it.
Yeah, you're right. He, all I can tell you is that I don't think he has a lot of change of direction, and he's fast, and so he just gets going so fast down the boundary, he can't change directions, and he invariably gets funneled off the field at some point. You're right. I wish we would. Well, let me back up. I wish we'd give him a few snaps on offense.
Agreed.
Because when the ball's under his arm, I tend to get excited about what might happen.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's have him touch the ball on offense too. I couldn't help but notice, Corey, correct me if I'm wrong, if we put 3 receivers in the game, it was 5, 15, and 21. He was out there a lot. He simply didn't get targeted.
He didn't get targeted last week either.
That was the
why
other
out
thing.
there. If he's not going to get targeted, why is he out there?
That was the other thing I was going to ask is the guy I brought up playing with the first team. First team was Seth Anderson and Caleb Brown. That is illogical. Neither one of them played, so he's not playing with the first team anyway. Cade McNamara isn't playing with the first team because they're not the first team. They're actually completely different receivers. Now it's Reese and oh my God, who's the other one?
You're saying Sullivan during camp might have had more work with.
He's actually playing with Sullivan's receivers. If you actually look at it, he's actually playing with Sullivan's. Cade's playing with Sullivan's receivers, so it even makes more sense to have Sullivan in because he's playing with Cade's playing with the second teamers. Because Caleb Brown, really, I think I only seen him in 1 to 3 plays tops, and Seth Anderson's on the shelf. Am I wrong?
Yeah, Seth's hurt, and he came back off suspension today. Yep.
So that's why I just don't understand why Sullivan. The whole thing I was getting at was, if you look at Cade, actually watch him. He doesn't make QB progressions. Like you'll hear about like a college quarterback to an NFL. They said J.J. McCarthy doesn't, but he'll walk on the first target he has before the snap. And if you look at, he threw into double coverage. Like someone was like, he only had 1 or 2 bad. No, he had like 6 to 8 terrible, god awful passes in the double coverage when he had a wide open receiver. Jacob Gill was wide open. That's a 20-yarder. He took a sack in the 4th quarter and moved us out of field goal position with 2 wide receivers wide open for no reason because he didn't make any progression. He was locked on Lachey. So, like, I just don't understand why we're not making a change.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And I got to let you go because we're
yeah. Thank you. Thanks for staying so long, too.
Absolutely. Yeah. Appreciate you calling in, sir. Good stuff. Yeah, I know frustration's even 4 hours in, Don.
Yeah.
And understandably so. The Hawkeyes falling to the Cyclones of Iowa State 20-19 in the Big Cy-Hawk series. And you've been watching Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson. A reminder for everybody, if you've not checked out our friends over at RTI Threads, be sure you do that. Support these young athletes because they are the ones putting the work in on the field. And all you got to do is go to rtithreads.com, go up here to NIL athletes, go down to football, and look at all these players. Cooper DeJean still in the hopper. Also, Jacob Gill, Aaron Graves, Zach Lutmer, Carson Shire, more coming. You can also shop baseball, Swarm Baseball, all part of the RTI brand and the team. But again, check it all out. And they've also got some lines with Iowa basketball players like Josh Dix, like Owen Freeman, and Peyton Sanford. All at rtithreads.com, folks. Visit the website today. And as I mentioned earlier, if you have not gotten your Ascent Nutrition, your well, maybe it's a bottle of their humic and fulvic acid or their pine needle extract, both of these products as it relates to gut health, brain health, clarity, all this stuff. I'm telling you, folks, revolutionizing the world of supplements and nutrition. Check it out at goascentnutrition.com and use that code Hawkeyes15. And the link is in our description. Make sure you go to the landing page associated with our show. The link is in the description over at Ascent Nutrition, goascentnutrition.com. Again, that link is in our description. Don, a week from today, Iowa travels. Well, no, they stay home. They stay home to play Troy. They're not going down to Bama. 3 p.m. Central Time on FS1. What do you want to see besides a second quarterback get some snaps? What do you want to see out of Iowa trying to bounce back from what was a pretty hard loss?
I'd like to see more consistent running game. I'd like to see us be able to control any penetration from the defensive front. I'd like to see a higher percentage of completions. and some shots down the field to let people know we're going to force you to defend the width of the field and the length of the field. We need to gain confidence. We need to not just win, but gain confidence with how we can play. If we do that next week, then that's all we can accomplish, and that'll put us in a better place to start the conference season. And I think no reason to talk about doing anything other than being 2-1. Let's just put all of our focus on Troy, and let's be damn sure we're not disappointed like we were this week. 60 minutes of great football. None of the stuff about losing a lead and all that. You know, we gotta play like we're intent on winning the game rather than fall into that trap of trying not to lose it.
The last time Iowa lost in this series was 2022. And that year, I was at a point, and I'll admit this, I was at a point in 2022, Don, about midway through that season, that I kind of wanted Iowa to, I didn't want them to lose, but I wanted enough to happen to transpire to where an offensive coordinator change would occur. It didn't happen. They went 8-5. They retained Brian Ferentz, and Iowa had to deal with that tenure into 2023. They're in a different place now, but the point is, these losses they don't come around every day. Before 2022, the last time Iowa lost to this team, 2014. And this is rare ground for Kirk Ferentz and an Iowa program that has dominated Iowa State over the last decade plus. Folks, you've been watching Iowa Postgame with Coach John Patterson. Thank you for being here over the last 4 hours, 20 minutes now. And we'll talk to you next Saturday following Iowa and Troy. Keep it locked in right here. If you've not already done so, hit that like button. Be sure you're subscribed, and we'll talk to you next time.